start getting the Sabbath prayers going. So let's settle down. Settle down, settle down. Get the prayers going. All right.
Barakatay Hawa.
Barakatay Hawa.
Bahasham Yahawashah.
Bahasham Yahawashah.
Hahawa.
Hawa.
Natalanawa. Award.
Award.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the light this day. Take, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. You can find it in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Barakatay Hawa.
Barakatay Hawa.
Bahasham Yahawashah.
Bahasham Yahawashah.
Hahawa.
Hawa.
Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Rayah.
Rayah.
Nayachacha.
Nayachacha.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thanks, so be it. And our prayer, and the incense represents our prayers, going up to the Most High as the sweet smell of Savior. We find that in Psalm chapter 141, verse 1 2.
I imagine what.
Hold on. Hear me. Imagine what Panya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face you.
Barakatay Hawa.
Barakatay Hawa.
Bahasham Yahawashah.
Bahasham Yahawashah.
Hahawa.
Hawa.
Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Hashabah.
Hashabah.
Bashalam.
Bashalam.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua, that gives us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121. Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanibya. Al. Ahayam. Naaya. Yabawa'a. Isaiah. Yabawa'a. Mayahawa. Aisha. Shemayim. Wa'arataza. La'a. Yanatan. Lamawat. Ragoya. Yala'a. Nawam. Shashawamor. Yasha'ala. Yahweh. Shemaria. Yahweh. Tazalya. Ayel. Yam Yaya. Hashamash. Yala'a. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'a. Alabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamaria. Mako. Rai. Yashamor. Natasha. Yahweh. Yashamor. Hawalakia. Wabawaya. Ma'aitan. Wa'ai. Aiwalam. Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes into the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Most High is thy keeper. The Most High is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Most High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Shemai. Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Allah Yahweh.
Allah Yahweh.
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 Achad.
Achad.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allah Yahweh.
Allah Yahweh.
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 Achad.
Achad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one. You can find that in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
All right. This is the Our Father prayer. Abanawu.
Abanawu.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Haya.
Haya.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwavka.
Malakwavka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Haya.
Haya.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratazah.
Ba'aratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Natolanawa.
Natolanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Ko.
Ko.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa.
Kawawathnawa.
Kawawachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kawawath Yanawa.
Kawawach Yanawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabayanawa.
Tabayanawa.
Wanasayawan.
Wanasayawan.
Abo.
Abo.
Awashaynawa.
Awashaynawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Ra.
Ra.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Amalakwa.
Amalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatapa'ara.
Wahatapa'ara.
La'ay walamyan.
La'ay walamyan.
Aman.
Amen.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
The Ten Commandments, number 1. La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Akaryim.
Akaryim.
Alpanya.
Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Paso.
Paso.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ta'ibadam.
Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Talakwakaf.
Talakwakaf.
Shum.
Shum.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy power in vain.
Number 4. Number 4, right? Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa amaka.
Wa amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tatazarach.
Tatazarach.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Daganab.
Daganab.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Takamad.
Takamad.
Ko.
Ko.
Ashara.
Ashara.
La'araika.
La'araika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor. Yeshavim was peacefully seated.
Oh, first, let's see the first brother.
Natazak Kanaka Shabasho Yahweh Banya Shalom.
Natazak, Karaka, Shabashar Yahweh, Banya Sha'ala, I imagine. Right?
Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shabrakatum.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabbat.
So the first reader is going to read 1 Samuel chapter 13, verse 1 to 1 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 4.
This is the book of Samuel, 1 Samuel chapter 13 and verse 1. Saul reigned 1 year, and when he had reigned 2 years over Yasharallah, Saul chose him 3,000 men of Israel, whereof 2,000 were with Saul in Michmash and in Mount Bethel, and 1,000 were with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin. And the rest of the people he sent every man to his tent.
Right, so we did a little recap. Remember, when we read last week, our people were begging Samuel to give us a king, just like the other nations, right? You know, we didn't appreciate that the Most High was our king, that the Most High led us out of our oppressor's land, out of Egypt, right? We wanted to be like the nations. You know, same thing we see today. You know, every Black, Latino, and Native American, you know, they mirror themselves at what the nations do. Your idea of living is based on American lifestyle. You know, you want to vacation like them, you want to eat like them, you know, you get your steak medium rare, you know what I mean? You go on vacations, you want to go to the Swiss Alps, you know, you want to do everything that you see the nations do. So this is our people actually showing us that that's nothing new. This is something we've been doing from the beginning. Right? And one of the things that Samuel warned us was, when we did get a king, what was he going to do? He's going to take all our men, all our... Right.
Samuel was warning the people through the Most High that anything that the king had or requested, it was going to be of the people that wanted it from the nation.
Right, get that scripture real quick, just so we can, you know, just a little small recap from last week. 1 Samuel...
It starts at 8 and 10.
Con.
8 and 10, right? You got it, you got it.
1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 10. And Samuel told all the words of the Lord unto the people that asked of him a king. And he said, This will be the manner of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and appoint them for himself, for his chariots, and to be his horsemen. And some shall run before his chariots.
Right, and see, and this was the warning. But our people still, they said, you know what? It's okay. Because we want to be just like the Moabites, the Ammonites. We want to be like the Hamites. And you see in the prophecy that the Most High said was going to happen, coming to pass. Right? My bad.
This is verse 3. And Jonathan smote the garrisons of the Philistines that were in Gibeah. And the Philistines heard of it. And Saul blew the trumpet throughout all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews hear. And all Yasharallah heard say that Saul had smitten a garrison of the Philistines, and that Yasharallah also had an abomination with the Philistines. And the people were called together after Saul to Gilgal. And the Philistines gathered themselves together to fight with Yasharallah, 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and people as the sand which is on the seashore in multitude. And they came up and pitched in Michmash, eastward from Bethaven. When the men of Yasharallah saw that they were in a strait, for the people were distressed, then the people did hide themselves in caves, and in thickets, and in rocks, and in high places, and in pits.
Right, so our people saw that the Philistines had like a large army. And once again, getting intimidated by what they see, forgetting about all the many times that the Most High delivered them. You know, it's not about the trusting in the chariots, it's trusting in the Most High. You know what?
And some of the Hebrews went over Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. As for Saul, he was yet in Gilead, and all the people followed him trembling. And he tarried 7 days, according to the set time that Samuel had appointed.
Now, when we recap on when Saul just got anointed king, right? He was told to wait 7 days for Saul.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, Samuel. He was told wait 7 days for Samuel. Right? Let's recap that. Grab that real quick. I think it was what? Was it in 8? Was it in 8? It was in
10 verse 8.
Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 10 and verse 8. And thou shalt go down before me to Gilgal. Behold, I will come down unto thee to offer burnt offering.
Right, so he has specific instructions on what to do. You're going to go here, and you're going to what? We're going to make this sacrifice. Go ahead.
And to sacrificing of peace offerings. 7 days.
How many days?
7 days.
Okay, so here's the problem, and this is what we do. Sometimes we listen, like Kazaki always quotes it. Listening is an art. Paying attention is an art. He listened to him, he heard what he said, but we're going to understand his heart, meaning listen attentively. Go ahead.
7 days shalt thou tarry, till I come to thee.
Till when?
Till I come to thee.
Right, so he comes to him. Go ahead.
And show thee what thou shalt do.
So that was the recap on what was going on right now. Go ahead.
Verse 8 from the top. And he tarried 7 days, according to the set time that Samuel had appointed. But Samuel came not to Gilgal, and the people were scattered from him. And Saul said, Bring hither a burnt offering to me, and peace offerings. And he offered the burnt offering. And it came to pass that as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt offering, behold, Samuel came, and Saul went out to meet him, that he might salute him. And Samuel said, What hast thou done?
What you remember the last class? Saul had waited. He had waited and listened to what Samuel said. The point is this, that a lot of times when we come in the truth, we have that humility, but somewhere along the way you lose it. You start thinking you know more. You start letting the pride settle in, or you go to 1 Corinthians 13, and this is what you're going to start seeing with this individual. Remember, why do we have to really edify on this? Because the point is not to duplicate, not to hold on, I'm trying to talk and get the scripture at the same time. It's 13. First Corinthians 13. 2 Corinthians 13. Let me get it real quick. No, it's 1 Corinthians 13. Yeah. Now let's puff out. 14. 1 Corinthians. Yeah. 13:4. Okay. Yeah. So, remember we're going into this topic. So the whole point is to avoid, right? Another. Go to Psalms real quick before we go there. And we touched over this a little bit yesterday. This is Psalms. Go to Psalms 78, verse 8.
Psalms chapter 78 and verse 8.
Go ahead.
And might not be as their fathers.
That's the whole point. The whole point of our existence, like right now, is not to duplicate what our forefathers did. And we've been talking about this the last few days. We got brothers and sisters that's around us. We see a lot of mistakes repeating themselves. And I'm going to just show y'all straight out. From me being 15 years old, from the first split in New York, and I'm talking about way back. This is way back. You probably don't know him, the brother Yashawan, he left. And they started teaching Immaculate Conception. And yeah, their group left. This is like back in the day, late 90s. But from seeing that and seeing brothers go, and after that, and then more brothers left. Brothers start lifting one man up and saying he's David, right? And the wave went with that. Certain brothers went with that. During that time, you had a lot of brothers professing who they are in the ancient days. Like brothers try to, well, this brother gotta be Paul, this brother gotta be this. Mistakes, once again. Once again, I want to say this. As this was happening, brothers' mistakes do not determine the truth. So, you know how nowadays brothers take it, oh, see, you made mistakes. See, I knew the truth was wrong. Saul's not the truth. Saul's not the truth. I'm not the truth. You're not the truth. So if we fall and lie and do things outside of the truth, that doesn't mean the truth is wrong. It means that we're faulty. Just want to throw that note in there as I'm going over this little history lesson, is that you see repeating themselves. Now, remember, I'm telling y'all stuff that happened in the 90s. Well, what's happening in 2000s? The same exact thing. Brothers coming, then after that, you had the brothers say he's David, and then brothers professing that they're this prophet, or this apostle, and then what happened after that? Then you had the Comforter came about, right? Now you got the third in command under, and here on earth, right? It doesn't stop. So the Most High showed me the thing we supposed to avoid is not the same thing that our forefathers did. And that's what you got a lot of this new generation doing. You got a lot of young brothers coming up and going the way of Saul instead of the way of David. They go the way of Saul instead of the way of David. And how? They don't come in and stay with that humble heart, a humble mind. They start getting puffed up along the way. But this is what we're supposed to avoid. Read that.
And might not be as their fathers.
Right?
A stubborn and rebellious generation.
See, that's what we're supposed to avoid. To where when you come into the truth, you now all of a sudden you get a few scriptures under your belt, and then now you know everything. You can't be told nothing. Remember, there's no way I can know more than my elders, because they have grown, they're older than me, they have experienced more than me, so there's no way. Y'all see that? And when I mean elder, I mean in the context of the scriptures. It says that an elder is one who abides faithful in the word of the Most High. Right? I'm not talking about an age. I'm never talking about an age or tenure. I'm talking about they abide faithful in the word of the Most High and stood consistent in doing the will of the Father. But you see a lot of cats go the way of Saul. So as we going over this, know that Saul is you. Saul is me. Saul is just another brother. David's you. David's me. What path do we want to take? We want to take Saul's path or David's path? So, and this is to all these young brothers and sisters, young brothers most of all, that get a few scriptures under their belt and now they're damn Solomon. I'm wiser than my elders. Right? Read that. Read that one more time.
And might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation.
This is what we got to avoid. That same spirit, following the bad examples. Everybody want to be somebody. Well, why are they not personifying the men with humility? I don't understand that. Like, everybody want to be Mr. Third in command and fourth in command. And this is why I dislike New York. Because that fake-ass bravado, the fake-ass that we're the head of the rap game, like, it's garbage. And ever since I got there, I always looked and said, the attitude of these cats, and I'm not everybody in New York, but the attitude is that. Like, I got to outshine you. Look, our school is better. Why? Why are you boasting of what was given to you? That's what Paul said. I said, how you boasting of something that was given to you? But that be the vibe with our people. That this all, and not, let me dial it back. Not only New Yorkers, right? It be us, Israelites, that our swag gotta be better than the next one. Our motion gotta be more motion than the next brother. Right? I gotta outshine the next person. The Most High don't glory in that. We shouldn't glory in that. I don't know about y'all, but that from a youth has always been garbage to me. So as I grew older, it didn't change. It's like that type of individual, you trying to look cute all the time and be better than the next brother all the time. That's nothing, huh? That fades away. You can get in an accident and be ugly in a minute. So we gotta remember, man, that the Most High is showing us. So we got no excuse now. We got no excuse to follow those things. I'm gonna say it again. It's nothing new for brothers to call themselves prophets. They were doing this in the ancient days, before One West. They were doing it in One West. They're doing it right now in the acronyms, a lot of acronyms. We gotta avoid this outlook, mentality, spirit. We gotta avoid that. Because the Most High gives grace unto the humble. Jump to the next scripture I have for Corinthians.
1 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 4. Charity suffereth long.
Right. Charity suffereth long. Go ahead.
And is kind.
Right.
Charity envieth not.
Right. Okay, good to the point where I want.
Charity vaunteth not.
No. It says knowledge puffeth up.
Last.
You want 8?
That's not what I'm asking for. The scripture you put is definitely not what I'm asking. It's here. It's
8 and 2? 8 and 1?
Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it.
Yeah, 8-1.
Okay.
1 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 1.
8 and 1. I got that mixed up. My bad. Go ahead.
Now as such things offered unto idols,
Right?
we know that we all have knowledge.
Uh-huh.
Knowledge puffeth up.
Right. Knowledge puffeth up. This is what we got to avoid. Getting in a position, right? We were just dealing with a brother the other day, right? Somebody wants to give you a position of teaching and you don't deserve it. But because you want power more than humility, you want power more than seeing standard, you're going to take that. This is the same thing we're seeing with Saul. Saul is not looking at glorifying the Most High. He's looking at, oh, I'm in a position of power. We have no power, y'all. We have no power. We are servants. There's no power, bro. All the fictitious power or spirit you want to glory in, I guarantee you the Most High can strip it any second. So we got to understand, knowledge puffeth up. Go ahead.
But charity edifies.
And that's just the fact. That's just the fact. And I'm not speaking from this moment. I'm speaking from, I tell you, look through our records, look in our past, and you start seeing every brother that puffed themselves up because they got a few more verses. It don't last. It doesn't matter. The Most High is looking at, are you following the example of his son? Yahushua wasn't what we're seeing a lot of what today is, right? Puffing themselves up, boasting, it's pointless. So in reading about Saul, we're going to start seeing his character defects so you can look at yourself, right? We can look at ourselves. Go ahead. Let's jump back.
1 Samuel chapter 13, verse 11. And Samuel said, what hast thou done? And Saul said, because I saw that the people were scattered from me, and that thou...
So what is Saul's... We're going to be here a little long today because I want everybody in this school, you gonna talk about this. You're going to think about this. What was Saul's initial character defect when dealing with Samuel? What?
He always blamed other people, or he thought.
You're right. He always blames other people, but that you're jumping a little bit ahead. What's his first thing? What? He did what? You're right. You're totally right on that. But he did what? What?
He was impatient.
No. But that too. You're right on that too. But let's just talk about, read that part again. You're right. Y'all are right. All those characteristics are going to come down the line, and they definitely need to be talked about. But let's read that again.
And Saul said, because I saw that...
Stop. What did Saul do? Remember, we're talking about what started driving this man down the road of the way he thinks. What?
He was trying to justify himself.
Right. What's the other word for that? He what?
Not taking accountability.
You're right too. It's excuses. You're all right. The word I was looking for, excuse. He always had an excuse on why he did what he did. He never wanted to see what he did. He always wanted, yes, to blame it on somebody else. He never, from the door, he's doing excuses. Instead of listening to Samuel and listening to what he said, in his mind, I got an excuse why I'm disgruntled, I'm out of order, why I'm doing it my way. If you don't look at that in yourselves, you start gaining this outlook of the person that's telling me is wrong. The way you're coming to me is wrong. Because I got an excuse why I'm acting the way I'm acting. But like I always tell my little man Monatazai, that builds a villain inside of you. You start to be the villain. And that's, before his life is even started, we have to understand that. That way your mind understand why you always got an excuse for everything. Why you never can see. It could be 50 people. It could be 10 people. It could be 3 people. It could be the holy Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. Yahweh Shai can flow from heaven. But what do you have? You got a damn excuse because you don't want to hear. You don't want to hear what's being said. That's the way you see it. Oh, that's the way y'all see it. We've had brothers to tell you that y'all all wrong. You're right. He's the only one that was right. Everybody was wrong. Y'all see that? What's up?
I was going to ask, does that fall into like pride? Because you can't be told nothing?
And that's where we're going to get to, right? The ultimate step. Before we get to that point, you're right. But I'm trying to go through, what I'm trying to do with this individual is trying to get everybody to see what's the first mistakes he made. Because literally, brothers and sisters do the same thing. It's like the first thing you come in with, knowing that, like Saul, you ain't had nothing, right? You come in with this attitude of like, the Most High owes you something, and everybody's against you. Not understanding what the Most High is doing. He don't understand what the Most High is doing to him. Go to Ecclesiasticus. Ecclesiasticus 32, and you're going to start at verse. Check this out, 14.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 14.
Right.
Whoso feareth the Lord will receive his discipline.
See? Whoever fears the Most High will receive his discipline. And we all know that Yahweh's not coming out of heaven and spanking you. We could go through a whole precept rant on that and go through all the scriptures that the Most High shows you that correction comes through your husband. It comes through your father. It comes through that brother. That's how correction comes. Now, yes, there is a point to where when you are rejected and you're left out in the world, the Most High will deal with you. But when you're in the gospel, the Most High, he doesn't want to deal with you harshly. So he what? He gives men and women the reminder to remind you. You see, that was the nice way I said it, right? Okay, or you can say what? He gives men wisdom and knowledge and understanding to correct you. He gives your father the knowledge, experience to correct you. You can use it that way, right? And you know, the different language depends on how your feelings are, will hurt your feelings, right? But regardless, it's the same thing. Somebody has to tell you where you're off at. And the Most High uses people around you as opposed to him dealing with you out in the world. That's book. We can go to the scriptures and show you that. That's how it works. It don't work like you're thinking Yahweh's got to come and tell me himself. You don't want that. So you would hear. Read, come on.
And they that seek him early.
And they that what?
Seek him early.
See, if you are trying to find the Most High, and you do. Saul did. We do. We come in with a pure, humble heart. Then you start studying and reading, and next thing you know, like, well, I kind of disagree with that. How? How you disagree with it when literally a man told you you were a Jew and you believed it? So how all of a sudden I just disagree with that? From what I understand is how? When you was eating pork last week, somebody got to make sense. When I was learning, I'm like, I didn't know this. I didn't open up the book and the Spirit of the Lord said, look, you're a Hebrew Israelite, you're a Jew, go to Deuteronomy. Egypt, it says, no man shall buy you. It's saying no man's going to buy you. That's how I read it. I didn't know buy was a whole Quaker word or a whole word that said save or redeem. Somebody taught me that. And then I had to look the word up and see that. So well, I don't feel that way. Well, what I feel. Where does that come from? Because if you already knew, why are you sitting here? Why did you need a brother to give you a flyer? Somebody got to conversate with me. Why? Why, if you already know? Huh? Somebody tell me. Well, brother, I'll go back and forth with myself. Well, we all endow with the Spirit. Yeah, but somebody taught you the Spirit. Well, the Most High inspired me. Yes, he did. Through another man. Who taught you? A man. None of us came out of the womb with the Holy Spirit of the Word. So how the hell do you know now? You know everything. And you don't even really know the know. How? I'm asking y'all how. Come on, Sharina. Come with me. Come on. Ride me down this path. You're usually good with this. How come you all of a sudden know now? Why? Go ahead. Come on.
The trials and tribulations.
No. Come on, Ted. Let's get on this talk. How do you know now? Go ahead, sis. How do you know now? No, you. Just look back. Go ahead.
I think people just don't want to have restrictions. They want to believe that they're special. They want to believe in, the good parts.
Right.
And then as soon as the restrictions hit, that's when it's like, okay, so maybe this is not, 100% accurate.
There you go. Now it's not accurate, but how do you know what accurate is? How? How many of y'all got Deuteronomy the 28th chapter, right? And was like, nah, let me go research that. How many of y'all read off the question of the 13 tribes? When you got Deuteronomy the 28th chapter. Raise your hand. How many of y'all read Arthur Koestler's The 13 Tribes? When you got Deuteronomy the 28th chapter. You read that book. One brother. One brother read the damn book that shows you where the so-called Jews come from to balance out and give you historical content that the Bible is needed to match with. Everybody else did what? They what? You walk by faith, not by sight, and you believed a man. What the hell from plan number one till now, it's like, nah, I gotta research that. I gotta check that. But you came in dumb as hell, slow as hell. Now, I'm being facetious with that, meaning what? I didn't read Caught Off the Course of the 13th Tribe. When they told me that, you know how long it took me to read that book? I came in by faith. I'm like, I seen Deuteronomy 28. I'm like, yeah, that's us. I didn't need historical books and none of that. I'm like, hell yeah, that's us. When they went to Revelation 1 and 13, how many of y'all read the Borgiers?
I watched it.
I got the book and I still haven't been through the whole damn book. Because that wasn't needed for me. I didn't need to read the Borgiers to realize that this guy didn't look like the guy in the Bible. Right? But why you need to research everything now? Why you need to second question everything now? If you was going to think I was a lie, you were a lie, or this person that walked up to you with the flyer a lie, why did it start 2 years later into the truth? God damn, you need to go way back. Be like, wait a minute, if I'm thinking this person's a lie, if the lump be evil, right, or if the root be evil, then the whole damn tree is corrupt. I got to go back and say, wait a minute, hold on, why do I believe this? Now, I'm not trying to throw y'all faith in a tornado. What I'm trying to show you is that the hypocrisy in your youthful mind, you don't know. Only way you start knowing more, first of all, is getting taught and shown and studying and getting in the book. And that doesn't happen. A lot of time, you don't study. You don't get in the book. You don't get all the information. You move in faith. Saul was moving in faith. That's why Samuel told him, don't you remember when you were smallest among the people? And he listened because he was being faithful to the Most High. He wasn't second questioning and guessing. My statement is nowhere saying don't study, don't read. What I'm saying is hypocrisy for you to come in 3 years later to act like you know more than the person and you haven't even read any damn book. That's hypocrisy. But that's what we do. And then you see that all along the way. Well, I'm not messing with that. Nah, I think with Jonah was all symbolism. Right? And that's where that man went. Well, he wasn't taught that, but why did he take it there? The spirit of Saul. I know more than Samuel. I know more than my elder. Your elder didn't tell you that. Your elder didn't tell you that you were supposed to be smoking weed while teaching. Your elder didn't tell you that. Your elders didn't tell you this. So what took it on these men to say, you know what, nah, Samuel's wrong. And I'm talking about everybody. Who gives us the power to do that? Nobody got nothing to say now? Who gives us the power to do that? To go back and be like, Samuel, you wrong. Who are you? Who are you, Samuel? I'm a man just like you. You should have did that day one. Why are you doing it now? Everybody's shaking their head. I'm asking why. You're like, yeah, I see what you're saying. But why though? Why? Why you didn't do it day one? You what? You didn't know anything. So why are you doing it now? Because knowledge puffeth up. Because you get a few scriptures, you read a few notes, you listen to a few YouTube videos, and now you think you know more than your elders. I don't think I know more than my elders. Now my elders is Masha, Arya, Yeshaya, Shar, Kazak, and I'll say my father. Everybody else under them were generals and officers. Those are the men that taught me. I never think I know more than my elders. Because they were around, they experienced, they did more. They brought this truth to the pinnacle of what it is. And now what you see now is puffed up men trying to change that because they want to look important. That's all that is. And this is right back written 1,000 years ago. So don't get personal. It was written 1,000 years ago before ISUP, It was already Saul and elders and people of the past that moved the same way. Right? What you was going to say?
I was going to say, sometimes when you may see like a flaw or like a weakness in the leader, you doubt everything they say too, because you're looking at, oh, you're not perfect, so why should I?
And that should have happened. That should have happened on the street speaking. That should have happened when you got the flyer. Why all of a sudden now you're aware that he's mortal? When did you realize that I actually can bleed? Like only 2 years into the truth? That now I realize, wait a minute, you're immortal. You didn't know that at the damn street speaking? That I could get stabbed or shot and killed? I'm asking that. Why were you blind that we were mortal at the street speaking of the flyer? Why? Nobody's going to say what?
I would say because what you were saying made sense. Like,
Exactly. You listened and you heard because it made sense. It agreed with your spirit. That's what the word said. The Most High will bring all things to your remembrance. My question is, why now is it not that? Why it agreed with your spirit in the beginning? The same people that brought you the truth was identifying and waking you up. But now, a year later, there's just certain things that I just don't agree with. How? When you didn't even know what an agreement was based on the gospel, you didn't know nothing. Now, why you don't agree with it? Because you've been mixed to two opinions. You heard somebody say something stupid, and that might have made more sense to you. Right? All I'm saying is, let's be fair. You didn't come like that in the beginning. Why are you coming like that now? Analyze yourself. Examine yourself. Well, we're going to start seeing how this rolls out. Right? So I know I'm running with this, but you're going to start seeing Saul embody these same negative thoughts. And where does it take him? To everlasting life? No, it don't take him to everlasting life. And it won't take none of us to everlasting life. Because the Most High don't deal with individuals like that. What's up?
Could it be that throughout the years, like you said, you got an acknowledgement of a moment of stupidity, and you identified with it, and you took that and tried to implement that with the truth, and that's where the confliction comes in?
Right. You should, first of all, being a babe, you as a child, you're supposed to desire the sincere milk. We all know that, right? Okay. But when the sincere milk, what knowledge puffeth up. So I want to circumvent the milk. Right? I don't want to create a foundation. My foundation is cracking what? Puffed up knowledge. So we start talking about, the round earth or the angels. We start talking about knowledge, things that puff us up to make you feel like you know more. But that starts cracking your foundation because now, literally, your foundation ain't built off of the milk. Remember, the Bible says milk. We all know that, right? That you desire the sincere milk, right? That you were supposed to get that first. Well, what happens is that foundation is nowadays never established on the basics and the essentials of Jesus Christ. And so what happens is what? You're looking at men puffed up with knowledge and breaking things down and talking about Genesis and Revelations and all these breakdowns that you're not realizing the underlying thing we're supposed to be following is the character, the attitude, the spirit, the mind of Christ. So now your foundation is cracked up. And anybody's foundation that's cracked up or built off a faulty thing, eventually down the road, it's going to reveal, oh damn, your foundation is not there. Because the essential elements like humility, love, compassion, brotherhood, right, long suffering, all the things that Christ showed us, those are not the staple of a Hebrew Israelite. That's not the first thing you think about when you think about a Hebrew Israelite. You think about what? How many scriptures he's going to cut you with? Like how much he got this breakdown. Right? Am I lying? Hell no. I know I'm not lying because that's what excited you, which is good, right? Yeah, you're fishing. But when you get in class, it doesn't supposed to be that. It's supposed to be a reminder. Remember, that's only a tool for fishing. We're supposed to be building our foundation off of these things. Our whole life ain't based off of street speakings. Like, bro, our foundation got to be built on Christ. So that's the problem. That's the problem, and it's all of us. I'm not saying it's one or two or three. I'm reminding myself and all of us that we're going to be like Saul if we don't understand these things, right? So what did Saul do? Read on. Read on. Where you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 14.
Uh-huh.
For whoso feareth the Lord will receive his discipline.
Right.
And they that seek him early shall find favor.
See, why right now is Saul going to lose favor? Read on.
He that seeketh the law shall be filled therewith.
See, because when the law, when the rules, when the regulations came down and it was put at him and shown to him, he what? Excuse. He's going to tell the guy that anointed him, the person that's rebuking him, the person that's checking him, I don't see it that way. That's where you go wrong. You don't see it that way, but you only had eyes because I made you aware of this. Saul made him aware of that. The Most High blessed him with the Spirit and made him aware of it. Or else there would be nobody named Saul. It'd be somebody else, right? Go ahead.
But the hypocrite will be offended.
But the what?
The hypocrite.
The what?
The hypocrite.
Now you're starting to see this hypocritical spirit within Saul. And this is where it starts, is that you want to profess one thing to others, but you yourself won't hold to it. That's a lot of Israelites. That's a lot of us. Hypocrites. We are the Pharisees and the Sadducees. I say we because we're one nation. But I know I don't think like that, and I know I don't feel like that, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't put yourself in that slot. But as a nation, a lot of us, bro, we're going to be the ones. I never knew you worker of iniquity. Because we are motivated just by knowledge instead of motivated by embodying Christ. The Christ mind. Go ahead.
But the hypocrite will be offended thereat.
And we're going to see Saul, what's his first problem? Gets his feelings hurt. Well, you offended me. I don't like the way you said that. That sound familiar? Will that sound familiar or something? Watch, read on.
They that fear the Lord.
They that what?
Fear the Lord.
If they feared the Most, if Saul feared the Most High, read.
Shall find judgment.
Shall find what?
Judgment.
You know what? They're kind of, Samuel's not hitting right on the point, but I understand what Samuel's saying. You know how many brothers and sisters, well, that's not how it really happened. If you don't say verbatim what literally happened, then I'm not getting anything. I don't understand what you're saying because it didn't happen that way. Oh, you slow. Like, you never heard, do you get the gist of it? You just dumb as hell and trying to act like, well, because it's not verbatim, I don't get the gist of it. No, I just don't. 2 hours later, thank you, but no, thank you. Okay, well, let's see where that ends you up. We'll see where that spirit leads you. Right? And that's what you're seeing, that you can't resist the Most High. We can't hold our neck hard against the Father. It ain't going to work, man. You start building these contradictions within yourself. You're not fighting against the Most High. You're fighting against yourself. When it said in Job, if thou doest good, thou do it to thyself. If thou sinnest, thou shalt bear it. It's Job and Psalms, right? So you're not fighting against the Most High. That's why I had to wake up one day and realize you're not fighting against me. I'm not the truth. Thy word is truth. I'm like, it's not personal. Oh, you don't want to listen? Okay, shalom. Do what you do and let's see if that works out. That's how I look at it. You don't take it personal. Read.
And shall kindle justice as a light.
See, you're supposed to be looking at justice and saying, wait a minute, let me find out what this person is telling me, man, because there's obviously something I'm not getting. Read.
A sinful man will not be reproved.
Read it again.
A sinful man will not be reproved.
What class?
A sinful man
and woman. Go ahead.
will not be reproved.
Go ahead.
But findeth an excuse.
There you go. So this is where we're at with Saul. We're at, you start seeing this negative bubbling up in him. He didn't want to hear. He didn't want to admit. That's the spirit, you being hypocritical right now, Saul. And when you come in and you're forced anointed, this is a bad road you're finna go down, because it's barely in your baby stage and you didn't understand to let that go, that you're coming in to be cleansed, right? So a simple man won't be excused, but do what? Find a what?
But find an excuse according to his will.
Well, I got 100 reasons why I did what I did. But that's not what you were told. You weren't told not to do that. Right? Go ahead.
A man of counsel will be considered.
Okay, so jump back. Let's jump back. Saul, where we at?
1 Samuel chapter 13, verse 11. Second precept. And Saul said, because I saw that the people were scattered from me, and that thou camest not.
See? So now what is he doing? Y'all said it earlier. It's Samuel, your fault. You didn't come. Once you said you was going to do this, but you didn't come. Then the people were scattered before me. What does that mean? He's projecting. He wants to make everybody else the problem. The reason why I made the bad decision was because the people. Right? This is what we were telling the young brother yesterday. He was like, well, what am I supposed to do? I'm like, do it the right way and not do it the wrong way. We're telling him, it's like, bro, you're not a teacher. Well, these people need to be taught. Okay, but we do it the right way or the wrong way? Right? I keep saying it. If we're going to move like that and anybody can just move all willy-nilly, that means that anybody walk in the doors that get a flyer, that watch a few videos, they could just be teachers, right? Why does it stop with you? See, and when that standard is not upheld, the standard of the scriptures, there will be no standard. Anybody can just do it then. Right? Who are you to say anything? Well, we were supposed to be the ones to show people the proper way to do things. You see that? Go ahead. Come on.
It says, and that thou camest not within the days appointed. And that the Philistines.
So now he's what? Checking Samuel. You said you was going to do this, Ak, but you didn't do it. So we should start going into Samuel, right? No, but listen, y'all. And I'm going to marinate on these points because there's a lot of y'all in here that think like this. There's a lot of you that think like this. I have the right to get out of order with Samuel because you didn't show up. Right? You're supposed to be an honorable man. Here, let me help y'all out, right? Well, Samuel, you're supposed to be an honorable man. Why you didn't show up? Right?
You're supposed to be the head.
You're supposed to be the head. You didn't show up. Come? Amy, want to help me out here with your whack-ass demonic logic? Come on, help me out. Help me out, because I already know how you think. You're saying I can get out of order, I can get out of line, I don't got to stay in the spirit because this individual did something I deem out of the spirit. So I don't got to follow that path no more. I'm going to, like a kid. Every time I'm dealing with the kids, we go with this back and forth, tit for tat. You did it, so I did it. So I got to go back and remind them. So you're saying you're rendering evil for evil. I got to deal with them like babies. Yeah. Like, so he made you evil. Wait, he was wrong. You're going to correct his wrong by being wrong. That's your logic? That's your dumbass logic behind it? It does make sense. Right? Come on, y'all. Tell me, it does make sense, right? Why does it make sense, sis? I'm a winner. Because he's wrong. Right? Right? You ever felt that? Your husband is wrong, so it gives you the right to what? Act a fool, get winded, right? Be disrespectful. He's wrong. So now what? You got the right to say what you got to say because he's wrong. Right? You ever did that? Yeah. Right? So while we're judging Saul, let's judge ourselves and look and say, damn, Saul did this. You know what I mean? Man, Saul was off. I can see where his path is going. But you do the same thing. Our job is to avoid this mind state and to try to maintain integrity through this wicked ass life and to keep our spirit right in what we're doing. Right? It wasn't about you telling Saul or your husband or your father, I see my father was like this, or I see my husband was like this, or I see the brother like this. It's not your job. It's your job to maintain the standard and do things the proper way. Like I always say, you can tell a person, well, why you got to get out of order doing it. Two wrongs don't make a right. You don't get out of the spirit trying to correct somebody about the spirit. It doesn't work like that. Go ahead.
And that the Philistines gathered themselves together at Michmash. Verse 12. Therefore said I, the Philistines will come down now upon me to Gilgal.
So he was making his decisions based off of what? Say it? Being fearful. How many of you been in a situation, you were counseled and you were told, sis, don't do it like that, and the fear was overwhelming. The anxiety was overwhelming, so you knew you had to make this bad decision. Or no, your decision, excuse me, not bad, but you knew you had to make the decision that way because you thought something was going to happen bad. Right? Zoe? God what? Somebody talk to me. I'm telling you, I'm dragging with this. I've been waiting for this topic. Because it shows you a lot about individuals and about ourselves. And if we look at and we judge him, we should be judging ourselves. What?
Back in Colorado, when we were in Colorado.
Go ahead.
I was just paying my restitution.
Uh-huh.
I called you up on the phone, and I have this credit card scheme that I'm trying to do to make money, to make extra money to pay the restitution, to join the camp in Texas.
Right.
So I get on the phone with you, and I'm like, Kazak, okay, man, I got this guy. He said we could iCloud. I didn't give you. I was explaining the details, but you were busy, and so you heard the gist of it. You was like, yeah. You know what? I would hold off on that. I wouldn't do it. And I'm like, bro, I ain't even finished explaining how we could do it. Yada yada yada. He was like, bro, I gotta go right now, but I get the gist of it. It don't sound right. It's live. So we hang up, and I'm like, you know what, bro, this dude don't even know. Damn, bro. Like, I got the guy right now. He works right next to me. He is full legit, full blood. So I'm like, cool. Do it anyways.
Okay.
Next day, people who've never been to the mall, they come, they're like, hey, we never shot here before. How did you guys get our numbers? And I'm like, dang. I avoid that the whole day, but then the day after that, Esau gets involved. And the day after that, that guy's gone, I'm left over the bag. So then from that, I had to do some time, 16 months, because of not listening from a 30-second, 15-second lie.
Because in your mind, you didn't need counsel, you don't need advice, you big badass sexy REI version, right? And the brother just don't understand.
You didn't hear the full story. I needed to sit on the phone with you 2 hours of counsel. I needed you to see it from my point of view.
Right.
So I could be right in my eyes and justify what I'm trying to do.
Well, how that 16 months feel?
You're lonely.
So, look, that's real life right there. And guess what? How about it did go through? How about he didn't do the 16 months? That's the real question. See, a lot of times, it might not go negative. You might get what? 2 or 3 passes. Why? Because Satan builds you up. He might let that slide to catch you as with the real bag, right? Isn't that what Satan does all the time?
Okay.
You know what? When you deal with credit card schemers, when you deal with scammers, they let you build up. We got to get him over 50 grand to give him some real time. So let's think about these things. Because Negroes don't think no more.
No.
How about if he got away with it? I didn't do 16 months. You understand what I'm saying? That it still doesn't negate that the word said do all things with counsel, right? Use the word but don't abuse it. Obey the powers that be. Like, you can't be a scammer, a schemer, and the truth. You're eventually gonna bring on, what are they getting, what's the name, the RICO?
Young Thug.
They're getting them with the RICO. See, and that's the thing, that when brothers and sisters move without counsel, you put yourself in a bigger situation. But there you go. And the reason why I like that is because laying our life out, I'm not trying to profess in no way that my tenure was all perfect. Like, a lot of mistakes were made because what I'm telling y'all, that the youth, the pride, the not taking counsel, you're going to make more bad decisions. You're going to make more bad decisions. Let's just do it like the gospel says, and you'll see you'll be safe. But a lot of times, safe is not exciting. Seriously, safe is not exciting. Like, a lot of times, drama ain't coming around you. You're like, well, everything's going good so far until you step out of the spirit, right? You want drama in your life, or do you want to keep it be going the right way? But you see the logic of us? Who had their hand raised? Go ahead, what you was going to say?
When I said trials and tribulations, I think what I meant was like, when you asked the question, it was more like, my experience is different than your experience. So that was like, would have been my excuse. Like, my trial and tribulations aren't yours, so how
would you understand? Yeah. You start going into that. Deuteronomy 28 only applies to me, not anybody else. Like, that only meant one Jew in the middle of Norfolk. Norfolk, right? No, that's talking about all of us, right? All right, let's jump back. Where we at?
1 Samuel chapter 13, verse 12, second precept. It says, "And I have not made supplication unto the Most High. I forced myself therefore, and offered a burnt offering."
See, check that out. And you know in your spirit, like, yeah, I messed up. You know, and that's the thing. And as we move on, and I know I'm going to jump way, way, way ahead, the difference between Saul and David. David can commit adultery and murder and be forgiven. But Saul, you hear this? Ridiculous? This is crazy. You got a man that committed adultery and murder, and the Most High said, I'm going to forgive you and look past that. But this guy, look at him. He started messing up in certain ways, and what's Most High is like, nah. Why? To show us what? And yes, the Most High is forgiving him here too, but adultery and murder? You plotting? But I'm going to forgive you? That seems kind of, right? Murder. You're a murderer now. Right? And the Most High forgave that. But Saul, look at where he's going. Why? Because when you corrupt your soul, and your soul can't be used, that's the difference between Saul and David. You're corrupting your soul, and your soul cannot house the Holy Spirit. You can't be bent to the Holy Spirit. You're no longer useful to the Creator. And that's what you're seeing here. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 13. And Samuel said to Saul, Thou hast done foolishly. Thou hast not kept the commandment of the Most High thy power, which he commanded thee. It says, For now, would the Most High have established thy kingdom upon Yasha'Allah forever.
See, if you would have just listened, the Most High would have gave you this kingdom forever, yeah.
In verse 12, when they say, I force myself, therefore, that meant like he pushed past his own guilty conscience?
You can say that, yeah. Because the Spirit obviously was, so Samuel said he'll be here. Samuel said this, do it this way. But he pushed past that. And that's what a lot of us do. We start to, I'm glad you brought that out a little more. We push past that spirit and keep doing it. Like you know it's wrong, but you're going to make it fit. You're going to make it, you know, no, I know this is wrong. This feels wrong. But you turn yourself out and you start, the voice of the spirit starts getting lower, right? Everybody else gets lower and yours get louder. You know the right way. You know the right way. No names, but my brother, one of my brothers, same thing. Just got locked up. Come on. For years, brother's been trying to tell him, talk to him, tell him. The last conversation I had with him was, you got everybody, you know what? I said, you know why nobody answers your call out? I said, because it's pointless to get on the phone with you and you reject everybody's counsel. Nobody's right but you. I said, so what's the point when we get on the phone with you? We can go over scriptures, we can go, and you think you're on point. The Most High got to drag him all the way to this point, really low. It's sad. It's so sad. It's not something you hope for, but it's sad. It's like, damn, you're not understanding how the Most High works. With all the Bible, with all the spiritual talk, you know what I mean? Guess what? The Most High will drag him to this point. Part 2. This is the second time he's in prison. This is the second time he's in prison. Part 2. You understand? I ain't gonna tell you what you've been before. You really lose it. You really lose. You be like, God, bruh. The problem is this, that we think everything's a story and a joke and oh yeah, that can't happen to me. It can happen to everybody. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
But
now thy kingdom shall not continue.
Right.
The Most High hath sought him a man after his own heart.
See? That was real quick.
7 days in.
That was real quick. But how the Most High know? How the Most High know? Why could one person, listen y'all, pay attention. Why can one person be given mercy and another be shut down like that? Why? You ever felt like that? That's a finger? Go ahead, sis Zoe.
When you was talking about David and Saul, David, when he was being checked, it was towards him. He didn't deny it. He didn't, he was accountable for what he did. He admitted it, and he was remorseful. So if you even give off that you're going to change, that you see that this is wrong, the Most High will give you another chance.
The Most High is merciful. And that's how we're supposed to be. That's why I said, ain't nobody trying to condemn you. We just want to know that you're not a ninja disguising yourself as a Hebrew Israelite, and you're just this belligerent brute that is going to keep doing what you're doing. We want to hear some damn remorse. Everybody's okay at making mistakes. I'm going to say it again. This cat murdered. Well, obviously, if you murder somebody, Esau got you. I'm not saying that, hey, murder somebody, the Most High is going to deal with you. But what I'm saying is that he that is without sin cast the first stone. You're always forgiven, but how are you coming back? Are you coming back like the scriptures say 10 times more? Are you being repentful? When it says, forgive thy brother, what happens if he sinned against you 7 times in a day? It says, if he repents. You forget that the Christians forget that little line, right? If he repents. Like, if he's still disgruntled, you can't. You gotta be like, no, you're a ninja, bro. You gotta go. We gotta separate ourselves from you because you don't see the wrong in what you're doing. It's repentant, and that's what we start seeing. The talking, the over-talking, the Samuel, see what I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is, well, why you cut me off? Like you going back and forth with the priest of the Most High. He didn't do it the right way, and that's what we're seeing. Like you said, 7 days. I think, look up the date he ruled. Yeah, he ruled a certain time still because, what, how many?
Right now, this is his first year ruling.
His first year in ruling. Check that out. He ain't been 360 days. Right? Yeah, what is it, 360 or 365?
365.
Right, I can remember when Esau added, but yeah, 365. He hasn't even been in there. Check that out. Now you see how easily you can be rejected. Go ahead, read on.
And the Most High hath commanded him to be captain over his people, because thou hast not kept that which the Most High commanded thee.
There you go. And you're like, what do we say, y'all? But it was so simple. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal. According to who? Most High wasn't playing with you. This ain't got nothing to do with Samuel. This ain't got nothing to do with Samuel, y'all. Samuel is just the mediator. He's just the middleman. The Most High rejected Saul. Right? Go ahead.
And Samuel arose and gat him up from Gilgal unto Gibeah of Benjamin. And Saul numbered the people that were present with him, about 600 men. And Saul and Jonathan, his son, and the people that were present with him abode in Gibeah of Benjamin. But the Philistines encamped in Michmash. And the spoilers came out of the camp of the Philistines in 3 companies. One company turned unto the way that leadeth to Ophrah, unto the land of Shual. And another company turned the way to Beth-horon. And another company turned to the way of the border that looketh to the valley of Zeboim, toward the wilderness. Verse 19. Now there was no smith found throughout all the land of Yasharallah. But the Philistines said, lest the Hebrews make them swords or spears. But all the Israelites went down to the Philistines, to sharpen every man his share, and his coulter, and his axe, and his knob. Yet they had a file for the mattocks, and for the coulters, and for the forks, and for the axes, and to sharpen goads. So it came to pass in the day of battle, that there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people that were with Saul and Jonathan.
Check that out. See, the Most High is showing every step of the way, like, look, I can supply. Be faithful. Don't panic. That's what these chapters are about. You young kids, you young brothers and sisters in here, don't sit in here and just read over these stories, because a lot of times you ain't reading these stories by yourself. Understand, you're given the edification. Understand, what is it you as a young brother, a young sister, you can either be a hero or a villain. Which one do you want to be? Oh, you want to be the hero, but do you got villain tendencies? Right? You got these negative traits that you got to be conscious and be aware of. And remember, it doesn't matter. Right? You're conscious. You know what I'm saying? Right? No matter what age you are, you're sitting here, you're learning, you got your book open, you're accountable. So don't forget that. Read.
But with Saul and with Jonathan his son was there found. Verse 23. And the garrisons out of the Philistines went out to the passage of Michmash. 1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 1. Now it came to pass upon a day that Jonathan the son of Saul said unto the young man that bare his armor, Come, let us go over to the Philistines' garrison that is on the other side. But he told not his
So who's Jonathan? Just say it.
Son of Saul.
Yeah, son of Saul. Jonathan is son of Saul. You got to get familiar with these names because you start seeing more what's going on with them. All right, so Jonathan was the son of Saul. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And Saul tarried in the uttermost part of Gibeah, under a pomegranate tree, which is in Migron. And the people that were with him were about 600 men. And Ahiah, the son of Ahitub, Ichabus, brother, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the Most High's priest, in Shiloh, wearing an ephod. And the people knew not that Jonathan was gone. And between the passages by which Jonathan sought to go over unto the Philistines' garrison, there was a sharp rock on the one side, and a sharp rock on the other side. And the name of the one was Bozez, and the name of the other was Senan.
You're 14 and 4, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, next, brother.
Delvan, Shabbat Yahweh, Ban Yashala.
Devan Shabbat Yehovah Bon Yashala. I might brought
Yahweh Ba Shem Yahshua Brakathum.
Yehovah Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yeah, you're on 5 now, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's that, Trey John?
What's the reason that they explained that he had an ephod on, like, well,
The ephod? Remember, the ephod was for the priests, right? If you do a Google search, an ephod, yeah, the breastplate with the stones, right? With the 12 stones, different colors that represent different tribes. The ephod. Yeah. Who was that? Yeah, go ahead.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 14 and verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
The forefront of the one was situated northward over against Michmash, and the other southward over against Gibeah. And Jonathan said to the young man that bare his armor, Come, and let us go over unto the garrison of these uncircumcised. It may be that the Lord will work for us.
Mm-hmm.
For there is no restraint to the Lord to save by many or by few.
Amen. That's real. The Most High doesn't deal with numbers. Remember that. Every step of the way, the Most High shows he doesn't deal with numbers. He deals with quality, not quantity. Go ahead.
And his armor bearer said unto him, Do all that is in thine heart.
Mm-hmm.
Turn thee. Behold, I am with thee according to thy heart. Then said Jonathan, Behold, we will pass over unto these men, and we will discover ourselves unto them. If they say,
Yeah.
Verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like it because, like, when you think about now, like how we call, you got the teacher and the reader, right?
Right.
They're called the armor bearer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that precept where he says, I am with thee according to thine heart, showing that they're in that one mind, that unity.
Right.
And that shows like the armor bearer is just as important as the teacher.
Oh, yeah.
Just as important as the leader.
Absolutely.
Kind.
Yeah, they're one, like, I mean, I don't know if y'all know about armor bearers, you know, but remember, they carry the swords and the weapons of the cat go to war. Yeah. No, you said what?
Like a caddy.
Yeah, like a caddy, right. So you got to be ready when you go to war. Man, I would like to, yeah, I want to go into that more myself, because you got to think about that, like, are you swinging the sword? You know what I mean? Are you swinging the sword? Or what are you doing? You just throwing swords at this cat? Like,
You're both. You're both.
You're both.
It's both. So like, if we're going to war and you're like reload, I'm reloading, but at the same time, I got your six.
Right. Gotcha.
So
sort of like the spotters. The spotters for the snipers. Yeah, you got your spotter. He's ready to go to war too, right? But he's spotting for you. What they do with the wind?
Right, because they can still snipe just as good as you, but you're the man on point, so you're the sniper. But if something happened to you or something get in your eye, I can still hit the target just like you would.
Okay. Beautiful. Armor bearer. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 9. If they say thus unto us, tarry until we come to you, then we will stand still in our place, and will not go up unto them. But if they say thus, come up unto us, then we will go up, for the Lord hath delivered them into our hand. And this shall be a sign unto us. And both of them discovered themselves unto the garrison of the Philistines.
You know what was crazy is what he was just bringing out was that majority of our stories is war. Majority of our stories, and like how do you get spiritual things out of these battles and wars? So you gotta kind of read slow. You gotta kind of understand. And I'm saying that to say when I was in 6-hour classes in New York, sitting there learning, you really had to focus on the characters and what was going on, or else it just gets all jumbled up. And you're like, what are we talking about? Who was doing what? Right? So that's what's going to keep you up, aware, and really tuned in to what is going on. Right? Start locking into what is actually happening, and it'll be a picture. That's why a lot of times when they make these movies, you're like, oh, dang, that's what was happening? But the little nuances is where they throw off the gospel. You be like, that didn't really happen. Because you read it and you read the story in its detail. Right? So when they make stories of Noah, and there's another one on there, I still didn't check it out on Netflix, I guess about Abraham. I didn't want to see the movie because I'm already knowing you didn't get this right. There's no way you got this right. They're going to butcher it, exactly. Go ahead, read on.
And the Philistines said, behold, the Hebrews come forth out of the holes where they had hid themselves. And the men of the garrison answered Jonathan and his armor bearer, and said, come up to us, and we will show you a thing. And Jonathan said unto his armor bearer.
Side note, why are we called Hebrews? Mawala. Stand up and talk loud. Come on, baby. Come on, give it to me.
Because Hebrews are a language?
Hebrews are language. Good one, but not the answer. Why are we called Hebrews? You're right. Hebrews are language, but before that, there's an answer. Just real quick. You don't have to go there. Why are we called Hebrews? You see what this pisses me off. How you a Hebrew Israelite, but you don't know why we're called Hebrews? Come on. See? Cult. That's why they think you're in a damn cult. Because you don't know nothing about nothing. And then you got to go, hey, Shlama, so why are we called Hebrews? Bro, you supposed to been asked that damn question. You supposed to been know that. Why are we called Hebrews? What?
Man, Eber.
Okay, I'm going to let you restart it and give me substance. Do it again.
From one of our forefathers.
From one of our forefathers.
His name was Eber.
His name was Eber, which, finish it, which in Hebrew means, which in Hebrew is what? Ibar, which means from the past, right? And that's where the word Hebrew comes from. Ibar, or Ibarya, means from the past. So Hebrew, the people that were called Hebrews were from the past. And they kept the things of the past. So while the whole earth was at one time spoke Hebrew during Adam's time, not everybody kept Hebrew, but the Hebrews. Right? You see? Something basic, and if you don't know it, look how stupid you're going to look. You call yourself a Hebrew Israelite. You got to know these things. Now you almost make me want to ask you, why do you call yourself Israelite? Okay, why do you call yourself Israelite?
Because of Jacob.
Because of Jacob what, sis?
His 12 tribes.
Nah, you're stuttering and you're not dropping it right. Come on.
Right.
No, try another one. Why are we called Israelites? Come on.
Con.
Because we descend from the bloodline of our forefathers, who's Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel when he wrestled the angel.
There you go. His name was changed. And what does Jacob mean? Jacob. Go ahead.
Supplanter.
Jacob means supplanter. What does Israelite mean? What?
Israelite means son of Israel, but his name was changed. Salaki. His name was changed to Israel or Yasha'Allah.
Okay, you got technical. I like that. Go ahead.
Which is Yasha'Allah, which means Prince of Power.
He is a Prince of Power, right? Right? Yah. Shar is Prince. You put the Yah before it. It gives you it's a he. Right? So Yah, Shar is Prince, and Allah is power. He Prince power. It's basics. And if you don't know it, shame on you. Go ahead.
I'm just starting to talk.
Okay. What verse you at?
Verse 12.
Uh-huh.
And the men of the garrison answered Jonathan and his armor bearer and said, Come up to us, and we will show you a thing. And Jonathan said unto his armor bearer, Come up after me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hand of Israel. And Jonathan climbed up upon his hands and upon his feet, and his armor bearer after him. And they fell before Jonathan.
So where's the mercy in the Most High? In all of this, the kingdom still being taken from Saul and Jonathan, his sons. Remember that. The Most High is still what? Giving them time. He still let them reign. Right? It wasn't at that moment. That's how you know when Adam sinned, it wasn't this, boom, you're done. It was a process of time. What happens with sin? Come on, y'all, we all know this. In a process of time, when you sin, the outcome, the ripple effect happens down the road. And that's what you're seeing with him. It's like, you're seeing that the Most High still gave him the opportunity. In these moments, the Most High still gave him the opportunity to what? Change, repent, right? So look, they're winning wars. Who's doing that for them? The Most High. That's how it happens with us. The Most High still gives us. So you can go through a council and be told, look, the Most High is going to deal with you like this, and the Most High still being merciful for you, and it won't happen till later on. But you know how we look at it? Well, brother said this was going to happen. It didn't happen. Look at me. I'm still in the club, still popping. And then what? A year later, you're like, what's going on? He stripped everything. He took it off. What's up with you? Kids ain't right. Mom ain't right. Everybody's like, oh, shit. Well, yeah, but what happened the first 6 months, though? You was popping, right? Now what happened? Because you think the Most High is going to forget. And he told you. He would not forget. So you got to stay in the right lane. Like, stop coming up with your own logic. Like, literally, the Most High has told us how he's going to do it. If you read, he tells you how he's going to do it. But the problem is brothers and sisters don't read, so you move in the way you want to move. Go ahead.
And they fell before Jonathan, and his armor bearer slew after him. And that first slaughter, which Jonathan and his armor bearer made, was about 20 men. Within as it were in half acre of land, which a yoke of oxen might plow. And there was trembling.
Wait, say that again?
Verse 14. And that first slaughter, which Jonathan and his armor bearer made, was about 20 men. Within as it were an half acre of land, which a yoke of oxen might plow. And there was trembling in the host, in the field, and among all the people. The garrison and the spoilers, they also trembled, and the earth quaked. So it was a very great trembling. And the watchmen of Saul and Gibeah of Benjamin looked, and behold, the multitude melted away, and they went on beating down one another. Then said Saul unto the people that were with him, Number now, and see who is gone from us. And when they had numbered, behold, Jonathan and his armor bearer were not there. And Saul said unto Ahiah, bring hither the ark of God. For the ark of God was at that time with the children of Israel. Verse 19. And it came to pass, while Saul talked unto the priests, that the noise that was in the host of the Philistines went on and increased.
So Saul was reigning from 1051 BC to 1011 BC. How many years? Check that out. I mean, that's still a long time, bro.
That was your first year when you messed up.
You.
So you got 39 years still to repent.
You see how the Most High is long suffering? Look how when we look at the story, if you read it like from page to page, you're like, yeah, he messed up, bro. That took 40 years. That's a long time in ruling. What president rules for 40? Well, I mean, you know, this kingdom, they've been ruling for a long time, but they don't get kings that rule. One individual reigning king for 40 years. That's a long time. Like, you can live 40 years, one person. That's a while, right? That little raggedy chick up in England, how long did she? She was there.
About 60 years.
Right? What is it, about 60-year reign?
60 years.
Check that out, bro. 60 years.
It was over 75, I think.
It was over 75?
Around 75, yeah.
Yeah, 75-year reign. You there in the 20s, Is that right?
She was in the,
yeah, like close to the 20s, 30s? Or am I wrong?
70 years. 72.
Oh, 72 years. 70? Check that out. But so Saul reigned 40 years. That's still a while. The Most High is still merciful to let you reign and you messed up. You have a lot of time to grow up and fix it. And, you know, look at our lifespan and ask ourselves, damn, well, what about me? You know, the mercy, like, it's been short because, like, think about your lifespan and the truth of the time. If he wants to get you right and he loves you, he chastises the one he loves, right? He gets you quick. Like, I got to check him quick because his life is short, right? So you got to think, put it all together. You start seeing, oh, that's why a lot of times the Most High don't wait on us. He hits them quick, right? When you look at this guy that called himself the Comforter, bro, that was short. Maybe, no, it had to be less than 10 years.
It was like 7 years.
Yeah, it had to be less than 10 years. And the Most High, what? Killed him in prison.
Because it was towards the end of before we moved out here.
Yeah, like the Most High, bro. When you see this, and you see this in your generation, like reading it is one thing, but when you see it happen among you, and the repetitiveness of mistakes that brothers make, bro, I'm not trying to be in that lane. Hell nah. I don't know about y'all, but I'm sharing not because I'm boasting or, you know what I mean? I'm sharing because I'm like, bro, this is what I learned from. I'm looking at them and I'm like, I don't want to end up like that. And that's what we're supposed to be saying with the gospel. I don't want to end up like Saul. Like, right? Come? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
What was that, the time period Saul ruled?
1051 BC to 1011 BC. And you know how the time goes down. Because Esau set it up to where, you know what I mean, Christ was the beginning of AD. Yeah.
So I had a question about verse 14, that second half of it. Within, as they were in half an acre of land, which a yoke of oxen will plow. Like, what did that mean?
It was trying to give you an idea of how large of a place they took.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all he was doing. Like, imagine a land with a half yoke of oxen, right? this is how much they had taken. Yeah.
Kind of, because when you look at what a garrison is, the garrison is like it'd be like a police station or a military station.
Right.
So you got a large troop of soldiers or combatants that are in that area.
So we gotta take this piece first to go ahead and get over. Right? You gotta get the garrison taken down first. Right? Y'all see that all the time in these movies, these series. Right? They have their garrisons on the top. They're shooting arrows down by the gate, throwing the tar over. You right? Same thing. Go ahead.
Verse 19.
You have 14 and 19?
Verse 19.
14 and 19.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Last precept. And Saul said unto the priest, withdraw thine hand. Verse 20. And Saul and all the people that were with him assembled themselves, and they came to the battle. And behold, every man's sword was against his fellow, and there was a very great discomfiture. Verse 21. Moreover, the Hebrews that were with the Philistines before that time, which went up with them into the camp from the country round about, even they also turned to be with the Israelites.
So remember, you had, go back to your Judges, your Joshua, right? Israel was growing up. They were around each other a lot, right? The Hamites, the Philistines, right? So they were making covenants when they weren't supposed to. So these cats were among them, but when Israel popped in, they're like, nah, we're not going with Ham. We're not going with them. They joined up with Israel. It should be that way, right? Go ahead. It ain't like that no more, though. They get with the heathens, bro, and come on. They ain't got nothing to say to their people. Go ahead.
Even they also turned to be with the Israelites that were with Saul and Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, all the men of Israel, which had hid themselves in Mount Ephraim, when they heard that the Philistines fled, even they also followed hard after them in the battle. So the Lord saved Israel that day, and the battle passed over until Beth-aven.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 24. And the men of Israel were distressed that day, for Saul had adjured the people, saying, cursed be the man that eateth any food until evening, that I may be avenged on mine enemy.
Okay, so check this out, y'all. Man, this is why y'all gotta read this slow, y'all. You gotta understand what's going on here, right? You gotta understand the mind state of Saul. He's making decisions because his mind is not being guided by the Spirit. So it's being guided by fear. So instead of him being able to go to Samuel and get decisive war tactics, going to the Most High, right? He's throwing in there, right, his own mind. That's what you got. It says, Saul had adjured the people, saying, cursed be he that eateth. So now what? Everybody's going to fast. But you're in the middle of war. You're in the middle of battle, brother. Like, if you pick up something like, listen, this animal got killed in the middle of battle. Listen, get that cooked up. Let's get some energy. Let's roll. He's like, we're going to fast on this. Right? This goes back to, as a leader, so as officers. Brothers have to be aware, as a leader of your house, what type of leader are you? Right? I get the report all the time. Well, what did he say? I just talked to the sister yesterday. I'm like, well, did you tell him that what he did? He just said, I didn't do that. It's like, brothers, like, that logic is not going to help out your rib. You know what I mean? Well, I felt that you talked to me this way, and you know, she's trying to explain to you, like, I didn't do that. That's not going to help her. That's not going to lead her. That's not going to destroy that logic. She said, well, what do I do when somebody does it? I said, sis, you got to go back, and you got to communicate to them and let them know, like, look, this was messing with me, and I got to explain to you, right? And I said, hopefully, that man to see that he needs to come at another angle and explain to you where his head was. Right? So a lot of times, man, your leadership, listen y'all, your leadership as a husband starts to paint a path in your house. And you're like, why is she disgruntled? What are you doing? Right? You got to check yourself first to make sure the balance is not unbalanced. That you're not creating this. Y'all hear me this all the time. Say this all the time. I know for myself, I have to be accountable. The Most High is not going to bless your house when you out of order. It don't work like that. But then you want to get her in order because you got the sword and you got the more scriptures. You start to see how a leader is, so his officers, from house to family to nation, that this is applicable. So you got to ask yourself, well, why is she out of order? Okay, what am I doing? Am I communicating and counseling right? Am I dealing with her issues, or am I shrugging them off to make it seem like, no, I'm always right? If you are right, well then damn, you got to come with some edification. Right? It can't just be that I'm right, shut up. I'm right, shut up. It ain't gonna work like that. You have to edify. Right? And then if you go to the church, in the school, you're gonna have to do that with the children of Israel. You can't just be like, yeah, I'm right. Don't ask me no questions, shut the hell up. It's gotta be like, okay, let's go through it. Let's go through it in the scriptures then. Well, I still don't see, okay, well, let's try another angle. You try 3 or 4 angles and then you don't get it. I'm going to say what? Okay, you chew on that a little bit. And then you got to process that because we hit different angles on that, right? But I took the time out to do what? Explain. We can't be Mr. Macho Man. Yeah, macho. Not macho. Like they said in England, macho. You can't be macho man. All right, and there's everybody, you just gotta follow the order, the reign. But the reign ain't with sense, brother. And everybody's asking you, make the sense for me. And you're not making any sense with your senseless actions. So, like, this is what I'm learning. I'm like, damn, this is crazy. He's teaching me how to be a man, a leader. He's teaching me how to think, how to make decisions. It ain't just a story that we yawn in. This is a long-ass story solved. Bro, this is it. It's giving it to us. Go ahead.
Verse 24, last precept.
So
none of the people tasted any food. Verse 25. And all they of the land came to a wood, and there was honey upon the ground. And when the people were coming to the wood, behold, the honey dropped. But no man put his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the oath.
Right.
But Jonathan heard not when his father charged the people.
Right. So he didn't get a whiff of that. See, so what is the scripture saying? How to take an account. How to take an account of everything. Right? Are you looking at all the angles of what's going on here before you make a decision? Right? And guess what? It's so hard because we're not gods. We're not omnipotent. So a lot of times, us as men, us as women, we cannot see all the angles. That's why we went over in class. Woe to him that is left alone, where 2 or 3 are gathered there in Christ in my name. So now you got a better angle to look at different areas. See, but Saul's not doing it. Yeah.
Proverbs 22 and 15, it says, without counsel, all actions are enterprises are brought to disappointment.
Right.
And then another thing, not being rash with your mouth.
Right.
So he didn't get counsel, so he's speaking rashly with his mouth,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't know the full spectrum. You're saying everybody was going to eat put to death, not being considerate, like, dang, you know what? Where's my son? Where's my next in command?
Right.
Who should be hearing this?
Yeah.
So he can back me up, or, you know what, let me get some counsel. So to find the best strategy of what to do for my men in action.
Right. Exactly. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 27 from the top. But Jonathan heard not when his father charged the people with the oath. Wherefore he put forth the end of the rod that was in his hand, and dipped it in an honeycomb, and put his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were enlightened. Then answered one of the people, and said, Thy father straitly charged the people with an oath, saying, Cursed be the man that eateth any food this day. And the people were faint. Then said Jonathan, My father hath troubled the land.
His timing was off, man.
Oh, yeah, right.
Huh?
Yeah, why didn't he say that before he dipped the stick?
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Right after you.
You know, watch him sin, man.
Yeah. You were supposed to be there in the council. You were supposed to be there. But you see, what happens is, how was that relationship? Right? When you deal with a senseless man, somebody that doesn't want to hear and hear you out, then what happens? You're not going to get that communication. You're not going to get that conversation with your right hand, your right hand man, your rib, with your kids. You're not going to get that. So, and it's hard, but you got to create that environment for communication. Right? Yeah.
Just like he says in Leviticus, not to suffer your brother to sin, right? Like if you knew, because that shows with the communication too, there's so many points on it. But you knew, okay, the word was put out not to eat, but then I watched you eat, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I got poisoned. I should have told you. I should have at least said something before I watched you put it to your mouth.
Right.
Like I'm hungry like you, and I'm gonna just watch you like, that looks tasty, and then you do it, and I'm like, oh, you know your dad said not to eat. Anybody who eats is gonna die. Like, why would you suffer sin upon your brother like that?
Yeah.
There's a lot of lack of
a lot of lack of brotherhood, a lack of awareness, the spirit, right? You being around, well, as a leader, so as what?
So, officer.
So you got to be careful how you rule, because that spirit goes out. You see that, and it will be disgruntled. Yeah.
I'm just seeing in the environment they're in war, right? That could have been a trap or something, and he's seen it, but he ain't telling nobody. So someone just walks over and he said, instead of saying, "Oh, that's a trap," he just got his brother killed, and that's failing his job as a watchman, and that's just like that's off. And on top of that, let's say that was something unlawful, and he didn't know, which he should have known. But let's say he wasn't aware, and he ate. Oh, dang, like you just said, bro. Like that just it don't look right.
Yeah, I like how y'all going into this point right here. But that's dope, because that goes into brotherhood. It goes into the spirit of what's going on around you. See, a lot of people don't look at that serious. Sometimes you get kids and brothers and sisters like, why you on me so much, dog? Like, damn, give me some elbow room. It's like, you want me to just watch you fall into a ditch and then say, look, I gave you the elbow room, but I knew what you were going to do? Like, I don't get your logic. You know what I mean? Like I was saying the other day, me and my Walla, we were talking about, experience, right? And we were talking about how that, he said there's nothing new in the heavens. Literally, what they're doing now is just repeating what we're doing. So imagine you knowing what's going to happen and watching your kids go through it and not saying that. And I was telling him, right, we were coming to that, both of us were like the epiphanies of why it's necessary to hear. Because you already got the experience before you. You don't have to go through it again. But the world teaches what? Let that person be. Let them be their own person. Let them make the mistakes that don't have to be made. Right? It's like, I don't understand that logic. But yeah, it goes back to that mind state where we falter. Go ahead. Yeah.
Verse 24.
Mm-hmm.
When he say, cursed be the man that eateth.
Yeah.
We know the Most High specified, the curses and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So what did Saul mean by curse?
Meaning, if anybody goes against this vow, they're going to be cursed in some way. Right. Everybody agrees to this? Con. If you don't, something's going to be before you. Right? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 29.
Oh, what's that, sis? Remember, he was rushing through the garrison. Dad was, remember, he said he said, look, let me get a few men. We're going to go sneak out and gang bang on this garrison. So Dad is somewhere else. Yeah. So that's why he didn't hear that. Verse 6. Yeah. All right, go ahead, read on.
Verse 29. Then said Jonathan, my father has troubled the land.
Right.
See, I pray you, how mine eyes have been enlightened, because I tasted a little of this honey. How much more if haply the people eaten freely today of the spoil of their enemies, which they found.
Mm-hmm.
For had there not been now a much greater slaughter among the Philistines, and they smote the Philistines that day from Michmash to Aijalon, and the people were very faint.
Right. So, check this out. We're looking at a faulty individual, right? His leadership skills are not really perceived and on point, right? The people still is following the orders. 2 wrongs don't make a right. You see that? Listen, he wasn't telling them to do nothing wicked. It was just not convenient, right? Okay, so a lot of times your husband will give you an order and you might not see it. Here's the question. Do they still benefit from following what Saul said to do? Why? Who said come? Why? There you go. So, you see how 2 wrongs don't make a right? Well, Saul's moving all willy-nilly. Why I gotta be respectful? Why I gotta follow orders? Right? 2 wrongs don't make a right. You don't say, I see Bakar, he fought because you make mistakes, and we know that. We all know that. No, there's nobody here that don't make mistakes. But what does that got to do with the right thing needing to be done? You see that? One thing, if I don't acknowledge my mistakes, the Most High is going to deal with me sharply. Right. That's what I got to be aware of, as all of us. So, the Most High is moving all the pieces. A child thinks that way. Well, you out of order, you're not perfect. Like, you don't even know that person. Who are you pointing at? You're not perfect, so guess what? I'm not going to have to be perfect, see? That's dumb as hell. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, your judgment is like, we're not righteous because of man. We're righteous because we know the Father's watching all of our actions. Right? So what? He got issues. So what these brothers online, doing what the what, this brother's online doing what the what, that don't got nothing to do with us. We got to be accountable for us. We start gazing so much, it's like, okay, you're watching so much, you ain't doing it. And then when you do, you ain't keeping in your integrity. So you watching and you're the problem. And it's like, bro, focus on you and what you need to be doing in the spirit of the Most High. That's how it needs to work. Y'all get that? Yeah. You can't be a child and think about what everybody else is doing. Go ahead, read. Mawolo, what is it that you see in that? Because I see you. I see your mind working in that. Oh, you listen. Okay. Because I see a little light bulb went on. What's up? You don't want to talk about it? Okay. All right. Go ahead. Read. Oh, that was it? All right, next one. He is number 2, yeah.
Raka Award, Shabbat Shah God, Banyash Allah.
Raka award Shabbat Shah God Banya Shala. Imagine. Rock.
Yahweh Sham, Yahweh Shai Brakathum.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Barakah. So third person. So 15 and 7. So we're finna get into the meat and the potatoes. All right, come on. 15 and 7. Right? That's where he's at? Oh no, he's 14 and 32. Oh, okay, my bad. I'm jumping the gun. Getting excited. You know what that 15 is gonna bring, but he's in 32. My bad, y'all. My bad. Go ahead. 33. Or 32.
First Samuel chapter 14, verse 32. And the people flew upon the spoil, and took sheep and oxen and calves, and slew them on the ground. And the people did eat them with the blood.
Okay, so one action caused dumbass people to react like animals? Okay, I keep quoting and let's get it. As a leader is Ecclesiastes 10th chapter. Remember what's going on here. So a lot of times, y'all, I'm gonna show y'all what can help you out in your life. You gotta look at you. Hold yourself accountable first, and then you'll start seeing what is going on and where you went along the wrong path. But once you start thinking, oh no, I did everything right. No, I'm totally on point. I had to sit back, and I'm always sitting back and asking myself, am I making the right decisions through counsel with my brothers? Because I know when my brothers weren't, when I didn't have that officer, the brother, the this or that, in a constant talk, I made bad decisions. So, go from there, read that. Where you at?
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 2. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers.
Right, as the judge of the people. So, I know Israelites, you got officers, generals want to blame it on the congregation. Well, you got to look at you. I know husbands want to blame it on their wives. Well, you got to look at you. You see what's going on here? Why are they eating flesh? First of all, remember, 2 wrongs don't make a right. You know the dang laws of the scriptures, bruh. Like, oh, you know what? He put us on a fast. That's why we got to do this. That's insanity, man. That is insane. Go ahead.
I like that you went to this chapter. It says a wise judge will instruct his people.
Yeah.
So always want to take some counsel and say, wait a minute, is this the perfect time for us to go on a fast?
Right.
Let me get some counsel before I make this decision.
Right.
Now this is not giving the people an excuse, but then it also shows you the mind of the people.
No, Saul made me, you see where they can go? Saul made me eat this. See, why am I doing this? Why am I eating this bloody meat? Saul, you made me do this, huh?
But then they would be making excuses for what this Saul's first mistake.
Right.
He made an
excuse. Now you see it the trickle down effect.
They said the scripture said the spirits jump like frogs.
Yeah.
That's that. Look at your household.
Yeah.
You wonder why your kids are stubborn. You gotta look at yourself.
Come on.
Sisters, wives, you gotta look at yourself. Why your children don't listen to you? Well, how do you deal with your husband?
Hala Shabbat. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is.
Right.
Such are all they that dwell therein.
Ping, boom, pow. Like, this is the react. That was the understanding. Ping, boom, pow. Read it again.
As the judge of the people is himself.
Saul is the judge. Saul is the leader. Go ahead.
So are his officers.
So now you got the men under him. You got the people under him. The ones that are learning from him. Right? This is why you have to, you got to figure out what you're learning. Right? Who you're learning from. Go ahead.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is.
Yeah.
Such are all they that dwell therein.
Look at the apostles. Look at what Yahweh Shai yield. You know them by their fruit. So we have to constantly look at ourselves and look and see what is being yielded. Then you can look at yourself and say, if you're truthful, you can say, well, this is what I'm missing. I'm not taking the oversight in this. This is not happening there. Damn, is this in me? Is this in me? Is this what I'm doing? And that is the truth of all of this. Right? When you can look at others and see yourselves. Right? Father, forgive them their trespasses. As the Most High forgives them. Right? Like, you got to look at yourself to forgive others. And that's why a lot of people don't have that quality. They don't have that quality. And then you tell them, well, how about if we dealt with you like you deal with other people? Right? So jump back. That's perfect. Go ahead. Where we at?
First Samuel chapter 14, verse 33.
Then
they told Saul, saying, Behold, the people sin against the Most High, in that they eat with the blood. And he said, Ye have transgressed. Roll a great stone unto me this day. And Saul said, Disperse yourselves among the people, and say unto them, Bring me hither every man his ox, and every man his sheep, and slay them there.
Right, on the stone, right? Bring this stone before me. Let's go ahead and do this offering, right? Go ahead.
And eat, and sin not against the Most High in eating with the blood.
You see that? Like, that's crazy though, man. How hungry you gotta be just to eat the blood, huh? Like Jonathan just took a dip of the honey and was cool in the stomach, but you gotta go ahead and eat animals with blood in it? Like it's just like, that's a little much, right? You pushing it, yeah.
This is a quick one. So was it that the food, the animals raw, or was it they just didn't drain the blood out of the meat?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It said it was blood in it.
What was the commandment?
Right, what was the commandment? Don't eat with the blood in it. So it might as well have been raw. Right, go ahead.
And all the people brought every man his ox with them that night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar unto the Most High. The same was the first altar that he built unto the Most High. And Saul said, Let us go down after the Philistines by night, and spoil them until the morning light. And let us not leave a man of them. And they did. And he said, Do whatsoever seemeth good unto you. Then said the priest, Let us draw near hither unto the Most High. And Saul asked counsel of the Most High, Shall I go down after the Philistines?
Okay. It's a little bit late, Saul. Like, we should have started way ahead of time to ask counsel. You're asking counsel late. Good. You're trying. But you see what's going on? He bethinked himself and said, damn, you know what? Let me ask counsel. Right? But what's the problem here? What's the problem? Well, he's going to war with his own mind instead of having counsel in the first place and getting wise counsel. Locking in the spirit. A man of counsel would be considerate. Right? Give me that one real quick. Say your question, sis.
So after Saul didn't listen the first time, is Samuel just like not helping him?
Now, Samuel is still there. When we get into this 15th chapter, it's going to get to that point where Samuel totally cuts him off.
Okay, so in 36 when it
No, those are the priests. Yeah, because watch. He said, let me counsel. Watch, read on. Let's go to Charles.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to give it away because it's actually going into your question. It's going to answer that, and you're going to see the answer as we get down into the 15 verse. It's going to lead up to there. Go ahead.
Come on, you want to go?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Where are we at?
Ecclesiastes, man of counsel, and 18.
Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 32 and verse 18. A man of counsel will be considered.
See? You know what that means? Someone that understands and loves to get advice. He will be considerate. Like we were talking about earlier. There's people that don't consider it because they don't see the value in it. And a lot of times their egos are the way they want to go. That's how you get on the phone with people and they already have, it doesn't matter. You can spend 2 to 3 hours and their point is to what? I'm to still do what I want to do. Okay, then why we waste the time with you? Right? Go ahead.
But a strange and proud man is not daunted with fear.
Daunted with fear. So, what is it telling us? Who can break down that precept? Here, I'll do it again for you. Read it again.
But a strange and proud man
Right.
is not daunted with fear.
What is that saying? Somebody break that down. Read it from the top. I'll do it one more time.
A man of counsel.
No, read it from the top.
But a strange and proud man is not daunted.
Is that the first of the verse?
A man of counsel will be considered.
A man of counsel will be considered. Go ahead.
But a strange and proud man is not daunted with fear.
What does that mean? Who can break it? Go ahead, Shane.
So a man of counsel will be considerate. He's gonna count the cost of everything that could happen and what's not gonna happen.
There you go.
And a man of that's prideful, or he's just not gonna care. He's gonna be like, no, I see one way, I'm going out. He's not gonna think about what can fall off from the plan,
Right.
unexpected possibilities. He's careless.
Right, and that's why I try to do with y'all the simple tests, right? I call it the cup. You see here on this side, which I cannot see. I am not God to see all the angles. So I need an officer to sit here. I need a brother to sit there, We see all these different angles. Now, when we sit down and talk about this, right, we can get true perspective on it. Now, here's the thing that is unfortunate. You can't be a man pleaser. 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 You should want around you people that are going to tell you the truth. Telling you the truth doesn't mean you're out of order, disgruntled, and disrespectful, by the way. We all can talk and go through the logic and deal with counsel. Now we see more of the counsel. Who is God that can see all of this? Which one of us can see all angles? It's not possible. You are not omnipotent. That's why the Most High said, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there is Christ. Why? Because everybody can see more now. Somebody, and then if we're all in a pure, righteous mind, we all can say, hey, listen, this is what you're not considering. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's what you're not considering. Look, da, 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 da. Right? And then it will determine if you're prideful or you're just lust for power, lust for control, and you want to do it your way. Right? Go ahead. Where you at?
God.
Even you had something on that? You wanted to say something? Okay, go ahead.
Even when of himself he have done without counsel.
Yeah, you do things without counsel, and you don't see that already. Your lack of communication and counsel has already got you in a bad situation. But you see those type of individuals that are already doing wrong, and it's like, bro, you don't see like you're messing up. You don't see that? You effing up? Like, you don't see it already? And they're like, no, I just don't see it. Because why? But a strange and proud man is not daunted with fear. You're not fearful to say, damn, wait a minute, I'm already making decisions that put me in a bad situation. See? Read on.
It says, do nothing without advice.
And that's what Saul was supposed to see. when you go to war, you make wise counsel, right? You can't see all the angles. What's up?
When it was saying a stranger thought, then it just reminded me of somebody just separated with the strange part. You separated from the spirit. So now you gotta rely on your flesh.
That's dope.
Your own mind, thoughts.
You gotta rely on your own emotions. And where's that gonna take you? How does that got us? Well, that got people eating blood. That got people, that got you being cut off from the kingdom. Like, you should have known, like, wait a minute, I'm making bad decisions. The crown has been taken from me. Right? The Most High has gave me mercy. Let me start doing things the right way. Right? But no, he's adding insult to injury every step of the way. Every step of the way. Right? Go ahead.
Do nothing without advice.
Right, let's sit on that. Let's jump back. Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was curious about how far these two places were from each other. What was it, Islam and Mi'kmaq?
Oh, that's a good one.
And
we can check that on the map.
Yeah, I looked it up. Well, in the Bible app, it said 15 to 20 miles.
Oh, there you go.
So,
there you go.
I want everybody to know that.
Yeah, 15 to 20 miles. Yeah, I got to get my map game together. I kind of feel cheated because we got to get our TV like Houston. You know what I mean? We got to do it. You see, little by little, we're getting our stuff together. But all we need is a stand. How they got one of those rolling stands, and then a device where we can cast to the TV, and then we can go over a lot of these maps. We just need to get it done, right? All right, come on. But the water for that. So it's 15 miles.
15 to 20.
From each other. Okay, go ahead.
First Samuel chapter 14, verse 37.
Yeah, that's a ways. 15, 20 miles is from here to my house. Right? That's yeah.
Miles?
From my house,
To here?
it's 15, 20 minutes.
Minutes, that's not miles.
It's almost, though, like similar to, check it. Go ahead. No, I mean, yeah, I looked it up. It's like close to around there.
No, your house is 9.8 miles.
So it's shorter.
Yeah.
So it's 11 miles? Somewhere around there. I mean, you can kind of gauge 11 miles. So you're talking about 15 miles. That's a ways. Yeah, all right, go ahead. Go ahead, read on.
First Samuel chapter 14, verse 37. And Saul asked counsel of the Most High, shall I go down after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hand of Israel? But he answered him not.
Right.
Verse 38. And Saul said.
But any what?
And Saul said.
No, and Samuel what?
Oh, come. But he answered him not that day.
Right, go ahead.
Verse 38. And Saul said, draw ye near hither, all the chief of the people, and know and see wherein this sin hath been this day. For as the Most High liveth, which saveth Israel, though it be in Jonathan my son, he shall surely die. But there was not a man among all the people that answered him.
And I don't know why I threw Samuel in there. The Most High. He went to the Most High. Right? The Most High didn't answer him. Now we know that connection was through Samuel. Okay. Properly, give the proper understanding. Go ahead.
Verse 40. Then he said unto all Israel, be on one side, I and Jonathan my son will be on the other side.
Okay. The Most High answered him not that day. But what did he do? I gotta still make this move. Show the characteristics. Well, we gotta get this done right now. You gotta get it done right. What do you want to do? You want to do it the right way or the wrong way? You know what I mean? Well, it gotta be done now. Nah, bro. The Most High don't deal with rash. That's not what the book says. He deals with what? Contemplated, calculated decisions. Right? Patience. Quality, not quantity. Right? Yeah.
Would that also be, in my mind, I'm seeing it as like Saul's trying to get the shine for himself, kind of leave the Most High ever.
You know why I will agree with that? Because we know we got some pride mixed up in here.
Ego.
We got ego mixed up in here. Okay, we could say that is book what you're saying, because when is the beginning when one departs from the Most High? Pride. So remember, I talked to y'all about that a lot of times. The door to a lot of sin, it comes, you open that door, you walk through, it's usually pride. And that pride leads you to all these other bad decisions. That's what the book says. Let's get it real quick. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 12.
Go ahead.
The beginning of pride is when one departed from the Most High.
Right, Ecclesiastes 10 and what?
Verse 12.
Go ahead.
The beginning of pride is when one departed from the Most High.
So let's go back. When did he start to depart from the Most High? When his ego, when his pride got involved.
God.
So you are correct, according to the book. It tells us like when these things come up, it's usually your pride that comes into play to where you start second questioning a Samuel the right way, counsel, if it's needed. Let me make the right decisions according to the Holy Spirit. What is that? The Bible, the Word, the written book, right? Right. At this point, you need Samuel to guide, and you're not doing that. Remember, he didn't have the book of Proverbs, the book of Psalms that's been written yet. So I gotta go to Samuel, right? What?
I was gonna say, Isaiah chapter 11 and verse 2. Judging after the sight of your eye.
Right.
That is a form of pride, because you're not leaning on the spirit.
Right.
You're going off of what you see.
Right.
And then when you go off of what you see, you're going to go off of what you feel next.
There you go.
Got it?
Yeah. Go ahead, finish it.
And his heart is turned away from his maker.
Okay. So remember, staying in the lane of the book is what gives us the edification, right? So we're seeing that, yes, you could say that because Saul is literally going down that path. Right? Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 40.
I'm saying that y'all don't understand. If you understand why I said that, we can't pull nothing from that the book ain't. Like, we don't come up with our own assumption. Remember, we're looking at the characteristics based on the manual. Like, we're not just coming up with it. Well, yeah, Saul's this type of guy. No, book-wise, the Most High is telling us he's this type of guy. Right? And as we go through the character defects, we start checking them off. Oh, bad trait, no counsel, no communication, no humility. Y'all get that? All right. So people think like, well, you just come up with this out the wind. No, it's according to the book. Go ahead. Yeah, you good commentary. Like, we just coming up with this. No, it gotta align with what the scriptures are saying. And then you can, and I'm sure there's more details in the book we can bring out, but it got to align with the book. Right? Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 40, fourth precept. And the people said unto Saul, do what seemeth good unto thee. Verse 41. Therefore Saul said unto the Most High Power of Israel, give a perfect lot. And Saul and Jonathan were taken, but the people escaped. And Saul said, cast lots between me and Jonathan, my son.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonathan was taken. When Saul said to Jonathan, then Saul said to Jonathan, tell me what thou hast done. And Jonathan told him and said, I did but taste a little honey.
And y'all know what lots are, right? Draw a straw, cast a dice, flip a coin, right? So because even that, the scripture says what? The Most High controls what is laid in the lap. So even in that, there's no, well, it's by chance. There's no such thing as chance. The Most High is going to guide it the way where it needs to be guided to show you. Right? So, whether they drew a straw, cast a dice, threw a stone, threw a rock, right, and landed the right way it needed to be. Go ahead.
I did but taste a little honey with the end of the rod.
Where is that? Proverbs what?
16 and 33.
Proverbs 16 and 33. Just about the line. You can add that to your precept. Proverbs 16:33. Read on.
Proverbs.
No, you don't got to read it. Go ahead.
I did but taste a little honey with the end of the rod that was in my hand, and lo, I must die. And Saul answered, the Most High did so and more also, but thou shalt surely die, Jonathan. And the people said unto Saul,
what did I tell you earlier? What is Israel so quick to do to everybody else? Yeah, you gotta go, all right? But the Most High just gave you mercy, man. The Most High just gave you mercy, but you got... Damn, this cat was cold. Benjamin is cold, all right? Stay shibboleth, the song. Stay shibboleth, all right? Benjamin is cold as hell. He told his son, yeah, you gotta die. Yeah, you gotta go, buddy. No mercy. You know, like that. Damn, we need to think about this. Like, I love you. You know, the Most High is giving me mercy. Like, I'm gonna be merciful. Yahweh's merciful. He's like, no, you gotta die. That's when I want to be strict to the law. When it's somebody else. But when it's yourself, it's like, y'all don't see what I'm going through. You don't understand me. Like, you just wanted to kill this person for. You see his crazy ass mentality. You see how it's everywhere? Go ahead, Doc. Say what you gonna say.
Say, man, like, that's his son. You know, he done brought him up. You know, he watched him, you know, stumble and crawl before he walked. He did all of that. And he done raised him up to become this man of war. Like, he just went and took a whole garrison.
Right.
And now he just like, nah, you take some honey.
Yeah.
You gotta go. Like, dude, wow, man.
I'm gonna say it. You see his logic. It's unbalanced. It don't make sense. Go ahead.
So they all cast their lots, and it was revealed that Jonathan sinned. But then in 39, he says, my son shall surely die. So
Is it 39?
is
What verse are we in?
we're at 45.
45. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So is he?
45.
I'm just trying to figure out why he said that in 39. If he didn't know for certain that it was Jonathan that was the culprit until after they cast the lots, unless I'm misunderstanding.
Because he got the word it was him. He knew it was him. Right? And Saul said unto the Lord God of Israel, give me a perfect lot. Oh, I see where, let me jump back up a little bit. No, remember he was told, y'all? Find the verse he was told. Remember he was told that he did it. We gotta go back. Go back and find it. Because he was told. He was told that Saul did it. So all of that was huh? Yeah, find it real quick. Yeah, he was told. Jonathan was told or Saul? No, wasn't Saul told? Am I jumping? Okay. Then they told Saul, saying, behold, the people sin against thee in the day with the, no, transgression, grace, no, that's not it. I thought.
Verse 38. The chief of the people.
No, bro. 27, when he tasted it, then answered the people, said, thy father, right?
33.
Right?
Then they told Saul, saying, oh, the people sinned. Oh, no, that's when they
No,
ate the
no,
blood.
yeah, that's when they ate the blood. I thought it was said ahead of time. I could be wrong. Okay, so let me understand your question again now that I'm going back over it. You're asking, how did he know ahead of time? Why are you saying ahead of time?
I guess I'm just trying to figure out why he said his son would die in 39 if he didn't know that until after they cast him off.
For the Lord liveth us,
Like, what was he talking about?
he shall show that. S.O.W. drew near, the people, chief, the people, and see, we're in the sin. Right. Unless we're missing it, I think we maybe got to go back further. I thought he was told that Saul, I don't know why that. Okay, and Saul drew near hither, and the chief of the people. Right, and know and see wherein the sin have done this. All right, so what he's saying here, for as the Lord liveth, which saveth Israel, though it be. So, okay, so what's going on here says, what he was saying was, listen, whoever did it, if it was my son that did it, that's what he was saying. He was posing at that point, if it be, whoever it be. Listen, I don't care if it's Shunyaban or Bakar. I don't care if it's Mawala, my own son. If he did it, he's going to bear that. That's the context he was saying. You get that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. That was the point. Then the Spirit comes and what? They cast lots and reveal, oh, it was him. Then we go over and it's like, okay, what's going on here? Oh, it was you? You gonna die, right? You gotta die.
This is funny how like we were just talking about the Old English.
Yeah, the Old English, yeah.
But
You gotta read it again and you realize, oh, okay, so this is what, yeah. And my brain is on another point. When you ask that, I'm like, yeah, where is that? But that's what was going on. All right. Go ahead. Oh, got another hand. Yeah.
So in verse 40, why would he single? Like he basically like singled Jonathan out, right?
Right, but what he's saying here is like same thing. Huh? He's saying if it be him, as though like I don't know who it is, but if it be Jonathan, he gotta go. That's how strict, vigorous he was sticking to his point, not knowing that was the situation. Yeah.
And how everybody was saying his mistake was always like making excuses.
Yeah.
Like he even used killing his son like as an excuse, like the Most High didn't answer me because I made a decision of not let y'all eat, and you ate anyway, and it made all these people eat all this bloody food instead of acknowledge the fact that he was the reason it got to this point. And now I'm gonna sacrifice my son instead of messing up and saying it was my fault.
Yeah.
It was,
You see, and does that not happen with men? How many of y'all can be in your household, you can make a wrong decision instead of just being straight up? You know what? I'm gonna check that. You know what I mean? And I get it. You gotta watch the dynamics of that, because if your rib is simple or she out of order and you tell her that, she's gonna try to usurp authority because you admit to a fault. I get that. But there's gotta be some way that you explain to her like, okay, yeah, that was the wrong decision, right? I'm gonna correct that. I'm gonna fix that. But there's a few dynamics in this, right? You're able to communicate with your rib and show her the example of humility. If you miss out on that point, she won't see the integrity in you. So, and then on the other hand, you're like, well, but my rib, she's waiting because she's simple as hell, and she doesn't know how to be a woman of integrity, and she wants to use this against me. Well, there's still a method in it. There's still a way you deal with that. Like, you gotta show your integrity regardless. Listen, I did do that. That was wrong. I'm gonna correct that. But at the same time, I'm not giving you place, nor does the Most High give you place to usurp authority over me because of my mistake. Right? You do understand that, right? Right? You gotta say that to the simple-minded women. Because if not, and you're the type of guy, well, you know what, baby, I was wrong in that, boo. I submit to you. She gonna be like, see, you slow. Then how do you know what mode you presented and what thing you set up in your house? Because how she'll start talking to you. Where you at? She starts to usurp authority. Why'd you do this? Like my mama? Is that you, mama? I hear it through brothers' phones. I be like, bro, why did I have to hear that? I'm like, why did I have to hear her say that to him like that? And he just said, well, baby, baby, I'm Megan, baby, I'm Megan, Megan, baby, baby, I'm Megan, baby, I'm Megan, Megan, Megan. Right? You got, remember, the Most High set up the order. We got to maintain integrity. I've been in that situation many a times, but I've told my ribs, like, look, this was off, and I'm getting it together, but you're not going to use this as a tool to now be disrespectful and to now usurp over me. It's not going to happen. Yeah, because what that's going to do is mess up the order of the house. Yeah, it don't work like that. Yeah, I'm faulty, I made mistakes, but we can't add insult to injury and keep building upon that. So it's a careful thing we got to do. A lot of people don't know how to deal with that dynamic. So you submit and wait to her, and now she usurps authority, and the whole house is out of order. So you got to keep her honest in her lane, and you got to be honest in your lane. And sisters, you got to realize where you're at and keep your integrity in order. Right? No matter if your husband falls or makes mistakes. Going back to Abigail. Knowing that her husband was a fool, but she dealt with things with honor, not to make him feel like a fool. It takes strategy. It takes a mature woman. It takes an elder woman. Right? Come? Yeah. All right. So let's jump back.
1 Samuel chapter 14, verse 45.
Cars going on. Oh no, it shut off. Go ahead.
And the people said unto Saul, shall Jonathan die, who have wrought this great salvation in Israel?
So what happened? The people are vouching for Jonathan. Right? They're vouching for him like, this can't be. He just brought a great salvation. And that's the thing. Your name will vouch for you. Your works will vouch for you. Right? That's why it's important to keep your integrity and have a good name. Let that work for you. Righteousness works. Integrity works. Right? Doing it the right way works. Right? The wrong way, it always fails. Go ahead.
Most High forbid, as the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground. For he had walked with God this day. So the people rescued Jonathan, that he died not.
So it doesn't go into too deep into the detail, but there was something that happened to where they're like, nah, you can't do this, Saul. Right? We're going to speak against this, say against this, vouch for him. But no, you can't be put to death. Right? He just wrote a great victory in Israel. Like, and that's his reward? You gonna kill him? Go ahead.
Then Saul went up from following the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own place. So Saul took the kingdom over Israel.
Where you at?
Verse 47.
Go ahead.
So Saul took the kingdom over Israel and fought against all his enemies on every side, against Moab, against the children of Ammon, and against Edom, and against the kings of Zobah, and against the Philistines, and whithersoever he turned himself.
And we looked that up on the map before, but basically it's literally all around you. Like, you got all these cats all around you, and you going to war in every angle. Like, you gotta know that the Most High is with you. He gotta be on your side if you're dealing with all that. Go ahead.
He vexed them.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 48.
Yeah, so Moab is right next to Judah. So it said Moab, who else?
Moab, and against the children
and
of
Ammon is right above Moab, right? Go ahead.
And against Edom.
Right? And look, Edom is right above. Bro, you got all three of them going, what is this? What is this, west? East? You got them going eastward right there by Judah. What is this? This is a Holy Land, Kingdom divided. Okay, let's unite it. My bad. Here, let's see here. It's still the same thing. But it's named Canaan at that time, right? So it would be Judah as when they set up the kingdom, but yeah, you got all three of these nations right there by you, and you going to war with them. Like, the Most High is still with you. But what does it show? The Most High can use you for his purpose. Like, remember, this is all a plan for the future, everything. Go ahead.
And the kings of Zobah, and against the Philistines. And
the Philistines are on the other side of the Dead Sea. Westward? Okay, go ahead.
Against the Philistines, and whithersoever he turned himself, he vexed them. Verse 48. And he gathered an host and smote the Amalekites.
Is that east or west?
That's west.
This is west? Oh, right, this is west. My bad. Moab is to the east? Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. My sense of direction, mine is very bad. Go ahead.
And he smote the Amalekites and delivered Israel out of the hands of them that spoiled them. Now the sons of Saul were Jonathan and Ishu. And
what verse are you at?
Verse 49.
You said 49?
Come,
okay, go ahead.
And the sons of Saul were Jonathan and Ishu. And
Melchishua.
And the names of his two daughters were these. The name of the firstborn, Mirab. And the name of the younger son, Michal. And the name of Saul's wife was Ahoinaham, and the daughter of...
No. Read it right. Ahonam, the daughter of Ahimaaz.
And the name of the captain of his host was Abner.
So we got to get familiar with Abner. So Abner is the captain of his host. You're going to get a lot of...
You know what it was. You know what Abner did.
Right. Abner. Remember that name. So Abner is the captain of the host.
You know what they did.
Right? The son of Ner.
The son of Ner, Saul's uncle.
So, Saul and Abner were what? Cousins.
No.
No, he said, you would say? It says Saul's uncle.
Yeah. Uncle.
Saul's uncle.
Yeah, that's his nephew.
That's his nephew.
The nephew is Saul, the uncle is Abner.
Right. Okay. So, the captain of the host, Abner, the son of Ner, Saul's uncle. So that would be his nephew?
Yeah, Abner was Saul's uncle.
Abner was Saul. No, look, y'all. No. The captain of hosts was Abner, the son of Ner, Saul's uncle. The son of Ner was Saul's uncle. It would be cousins. Right. Cousins. So Abner was cousin. Got that? Okay, go ahead. Like you start hearing these names, you're like, who the hell is this guy? Oh, okay, because if we don't start out remembering that, you're gonna forget what's important and how Abner falls in. And you got family now. You got family around, right? You're setting up your kindred, right? Well, you're gonna be king. Okay, well, who's gonna be the captain of the host? You know, my cousin's a warrior. I want him, right? You're setting up your court, like they like to say, right? Go ahead.
Verse 51.
Uh-huh.
And Kish was the father of Saul.
Right.
And Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of Abiel.
Right. So there you go again. Ner was the father of Abner. Right. So that would make them cousins. Right. Okay. And Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of what?
Of Abiel.
Abiel. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 52. And there was so war against the Philistines all the days of Saul. And when Saul saw any strong man or any valiant man, he took him unto him.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
He's going to take his sons.
He's going to take your sons. Yeah. Yeah, all the mighty men are going to roll with me, right? All right, where we at?
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 1.
Okay.
Samuel also said unto Saul, the Most High sent me to anoint thee.
So, you see here, sis, Samuel was still in communication at this point in time. Right? Go ahead.
Sent me to anoint thee, to be king over his people.
Go ahead.
Over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Most High.
Right.
Thus saith the Most High of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way.
Right. Remember, this is one of the very vitalist historical points that you need to remember. Why is God angry with Esau? Remember, Amalek is Esau. Because when we came out of Egypt, who wanted to go to war with us? Amalek. That's why the Most High, remember, you go back to Obadiah, you go back to Isaiah, right? Why he's so angry, his sword shall be bathed in Idumea, is because our brother, our kindred, I know, he's the evil twin, right? And usually all 80s evil twins are what? Nobody gets it. They got, all evil twins have one in the 80s. They're blonde and they're what? They're blue eyes and they're, like Lethal Weapon. Remember him? He was albino, right?
Albino twins.
They're albino twins, right? So Esau, being the villain, man, he didn't want to show us love. So, just another scripture showing why. You get that question about, why is the Most High so angry with the so-called white man, with Esau? Because he wasn't a brother. He was wanting to kill us and go to war with us when we were what? Running. Right? Yeah.
Exodus chapter 17 and verse 14. And the Lord said unto Moses, write this in a memorial in the book, and rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. And I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek
Amalek.
from under heaven.
Right. Exodus what?
Chapter 17 and verse 14.
There you go. Precept it, y'all. So you see, this is that answer. Well, why is the Most High always angry with him? Why, as it's written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated, because of this situation. Y'all get this? Yeah. 17 and 14, Exodus. All right, go ahead, read on.
When he came up from Egypt, verse 3. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all.
See, so look, it took all this time to get at Amalek, right? And it's still ain't properly done. Go ahead.
And utterly destroyed all that he had.
That was the order to Samuel. So, excuse me, to Saul. Go kill all Amalek. Go ahead.
And spare them not, but slay both man and woman.
Right.
Infant and suckling.
Read.
Ox and sheep.
Read.
Camel and ass.
And he might as well just add the cockroaches, everything that crawls in there. You gonna kill everybody.
Going back to that Exodus, he said, because in that Exodus 17, he said, I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven.
Right.
So Saul's job is to eradicate this nation of people.
Right.
That as you can see today, build underground tunnels in New York and have all kinds of crazy things going on with children. I mean, it's in the news.
What's this, Amalek?
It's
These cats got underground tunnels.
With mattresses.
Dirty mattresses.
Soil mattresses.
Soil mattresses. Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah. And you know what? Remember, this ain't our battle. This ain't our fight for all you people out there. Right? Because you ain't the real people. The Most High is just revealing that. Right? You're going to eventually say, surely our fathers have inherited lies. All right? But yeah, wow. You know what? I seen a little snippet in that. I didn't get a chance to go into it. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Telaim.
Mm-hmm.
200,000 footmen.
Right.
And 10,000 men of Judah.
Mm-hmm.
And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the battle.
Mm-hmm.
And Saul said unto the Kenites,
mm-hmm.
Go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them.
Mm-hmm.
For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel.
Is it going to say it? Okay, go ahead, read on. It's going to say it.
When they came up out of Egypt,
mm-hmm.
so the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites.
Mm-hmm. You see, it was about what? The Most High got a problem with the nations that mess with us. If you treat us right, the Most High we'll let you live. Right? But all the ones, why Psalms 83 is a very important Psalms, where you're like, well, is it all nations? Go back to Psalms 83. The Most High has a problem with all these nations that treated the children of Israel wrong. He let the Kenites live at this point in time, right? Because you didn't treat us wrong. Think about this, y'all. Anybody that deals with your sons, how you gonna act? You're gonna be like, man, you didn't treat my kids right. The Most High is like that with all the nations, and eventually you see all the nations on the list, on the hit list, right? What's up?
Because even I think he was talking to Abraham. He said, bless them that
bless you,
and curse them that curse you.
Boom, there you go. Yeah, we forget a lot of that. Like, and of course we know they still gonna have to get down or lay down, right? But they're gonna have to get down and lay down. But you can see how the Most High was dealing here. All right, next brother.
Ashariyah Shabbat Shah Yahweh Ban Yasharala.
Ashariyah Shabbat Shah Yahweh Ban Yasharala. Imagine. Right.
Yahweh Bahasham Yahweh Shabbat Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabbat.
Bahashem. It's not Galatians, it's Galatians. Galatians. Was that you that said that? Who says it like that? It's Aharon. Galatians. It's Bahashem. Bahasham. Yeah. Go ahead. You are number 4? Okay, go ahead. 7. 15 and 7, down to 33. Mm-hmm.
1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 7.
Yeah.
And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword.
Now, verse 3. Now go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not. Right? It says he spared Agag. Go ahead.
But Saul and the people spared Agag.
See, now you're letting now you're letting the people get involved with the debauchery. Because you're out of line and you're not following. Well, because you're the king, right? You don't got to follow nobody. You're going to run it your way. You don't have nobody to listen to. See, that's not the case, y'all. Everybody got somebody. And woe be he that falls into the hand of the Lord. There's accountability. Everybody has to be accountable to somebody. There's no running from that. Go ahead.
But Saul and his people spared Agag, and the best of the sheep, and of the oxen, and of the fatlings, and of the lamb, and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them.
Okay, verse 3. And utterly destroy all they have, and spare them not. You got the order right? Come on. You got the order right? Come. All right. Why are you sparing these? Why are you doing this? Once again, you see all that context all the way up to now, you get the context of his mind and understand why he's making the decisions. It's not because a person just one day snaps. It's because you train yourself to think a certain way this whole time. And when you were supposed to snap out of that and be humble and lock into the Spirit of the Most High, you never let go of that mind. That's what we got here. Go ahead.
But everything that was vile and refused, that they destroyed utterly. Then came
so that was their way of following the order. You ever do that? Like, well, you do something good to cover up what you were supposed to do. And then in your mind, you're what? I'm justified because I did something good to cover it up. Are y'all getting the crazy logic that we be coming up with in our own minds? That's not what the Most High asked. That's not what the Most High said. That wasn't the order the brother gave you. But you can go now into counsel and feel what? Justified. Now I can go to Samuel and feel justified because I did something noble. Right? That's going to override what the hell you told me to do. Read.
Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying.
Right? Then the Most High shot an angel straight to him. Go ahead.
It repented me that I have set up Saul to be king.
But see? Right then and there. You still letting him survive and live and exist. Right? That's how the Most High, he said we were smoking his nose. Right? Like you're an irritation to me. Go ahead.
For he is turned back from following me.
Right? Listen. What got Saul to this point? His character. His defiant mentality every step of the way. His attitude. His outlook on things. Right? This is why we can't think, oh, the way I think is different from what you think. Bro, the Most High don't deal with that madness. that old Edomite soap opera logic. I'm different than you are. Come on. But we supposed to all be in the same mind and in the same judgment. So come on, you like spaghetti and I don't? I'm cool with that. You like fart eggs and I don't? That's fine. Fart eggs. The unscrambled ones, the one that boiled egg. Anyway, the point is, there's nothing lawful like, bro, thou shalt not like fart eggs. You like that slimy stuff in your mouth. Do you know what I mean? With the yolk just drizzling down your throat. That's okay. There's no law. I don't. We can, that's what cannot be an argument. But we're talking about the logic of the Most High. We're not talking about you like spaghetti and you like working out your calves and you want to work out one calf and not the other one. That's fine. Right? We're not talking about that. So stop coming with this. You think you're right because you're your own individual. We're supposed to align with this. Are we aligned with this? Let's reason through the scriptures. And this is where we get our line correct. Because otherwise, our morals, our standard, our integrity, our thought process is on some other stuff dealing with this world. So we got to align it with this. Go ahead.
And have not performed my commandment.
Uh-huh.
And it grieved Samuel.
Right.
And he cried unto the Lord all night.
Right. See? What does the scripture say in Hebrews that the priest was supposed to do? Having what? On what? Having who on what? Having what? Say it in the mic, God. Compassion. Having compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way. So, that it grieved Samuel, right? And he what?
And he cried unto the Lord all night.
Uh-huh.
And when Samuel arose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul, come.
We got to pray for the brother and sister. Right? Coming up, you think, oh, yeah, we got to set up curses on them. I mean, that happened, but this happened too. You see how you can't be one-sided or else nobody gets prayed for? There's got to be prayers for them. We pray against the wicked, not against somebody that has made mistakes and is trying. Now you're like, well, Saul is off. Why did Samuel curse him? The point is this. Do we curse everybody? And when is the time to pray for a brother and a sister? Come? Alright, all I'm saying is here. I would like to hear brothers' logics. I already know where this is going. I've been around. I already know. Well, yeah, David prayed against, Israel and all the wicked. Come. But Yahushua prayed for Israel. So let's bring the balance in. Saul prayed for this moment. And a lot of time, you had a lot of priests that what? The law said they what? Had compassion on the ignorant and them that are out of the way. All I'm saying is you got to know when those curses. Sometimes prayer for the brother is going to be more of a help to that brother or sister. Instead of saying, Yahweh, yes, root out, destroy him, burn him down, Yahweh. Show him, pray for him, right? Go ahead.
It was told Samuel, saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up in place, and is gone about and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou of the Lord.
And Saul came in with Barakatah, Yahweh. Right? Barakatah Yahweh. Shalom. Shalom. Right? You coming already in this, I followed, I did right. See? There's a way that seemeth right unto a man. Get it? Get it? Get it? Get it? Come on. We got to add this precept.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 14, and verse number 12.
Okay.
There is a way which seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death.
See? Proverbs what?
14 and 12.
14 and 12. And in his mind, think of how stiff-necked he is with this mentality. And this is where the scripture is going to reveal this. Right? Everything we're saying is going to come to this point and show, oh, was we giving wrong understanding? Nah. It led up to this point, y'all. You're going to see. Go ahead.
I have performed the commandment of the Lord.
Go ahead.
And Samuel said,
see, first of all, if you got to step to me and tell me what you did right in the eyes of the Most High, there's a problem. Hey, Shalom, Mike, I just want to let you know we did it right. Whoa, wait a minute. Did what right? I was coming to have lunch from you. Would you? We did it all right. There's nothing we did wrong, guy. Okay. You justifying yourself before we even get into the conversation.
He's already sounding good.
But he's wise in his own eyes. He's thinking like, I'm going to hit up Samuel and I'm going to let him know from the door, we did it right. Because what's going on in Samuel's conscience? Saul's conscience. Huh? Give me the other scripture. He doesn't know what to do. Go to Galatians. It's Galatians, right?
Galatians?
Yeah, Galatians.
Not Galatians.
Hey, what is it? Is it James? Oh, I'm totally wrong. I got the precept king here. Tawada, brother. It is what?
James 4:17.
Tawada. James 4:17.
James chapter 4 verse 17. Therefore to him that knows to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin.
See? So what is working on his conscience? He knows in the spirit, man, like, you know, I messed up. Something was whispered to him like, remember Samuel said kill everybody? Oh, hey, I just want to say we did it all right. Barakatah Yahweh. Woo! The Spirit of the Lord, we handled it. Go ahead, you're done. You're done. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the sheep in my ear, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? And Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites.
Stop. You're being motivated by what you think the people should get instead of what the Most High said do. This is what we have to tell the brother yesterday. I was like, wait a minute. You're trying to tell me you're supposed to override the quality because you think brothers and sisters ain't going to have a teacher? If that was the case, then where is ever going to be a standard? If you let your zeal not be motivated by knowledge, your zeal got to be according to knowledge, not against knowledge. It don't make sense. You can't circumvent the will of the Father because you think you know what the people want. Yahweh sent you to the people. And he said, in order for you to go before the people, let's clean up the priests. Let's get you prepared. Let's get you right. Let's do it the right way. Right? Same thing we were telling them. Look at this logic. This logic is damn warped. Saul, in his mind, he was right. Go ahead.
For the people spared the best of the sheep.
Right? Now you what? See, the people. What about Yahweh? By all means, we're here for the people, but the people don't override Yahweh. Right? Go ahead.
And of the oxen.
Right?
To sacrifice unto the Lord thy God.
Right. Now, what's the sacrifice about? To try to tell you he's doing good. Right? I'm giving something good to the Father. Why are you coming at me? Why are you coming at me like this when you know I did good? I'm doing this for the Most High. That's what the Most High requires, the sacrifice. Now you trying to bring me down a whole conversation that got nothing to do with the point. Right? Because in your mind, that's what solidifies you. Right? I got the sacrifice, huh? Go ahead.
And the rest we have utterly destroyed.
Right? And everything else we destroyed. See? You see how it makes sense to a person that doesn't know how to follow, doesn't know how to listen, doesn't have the spirit of counsel and humility? It's not going to make sense to you. Why? Because you don't take pride in those things. You take pride in No, it's my way. I'm going to do it my way. Go ahead.
Then Samuel said unto Saul,
Right?
Stay, and I will tell thee what the Lord...
Hold on. I'm going to tell you what the Most High said. Because now, like, I ain't going back and forth with your face right now. Like, stay. Pause. I'm going to tell you what the Most High said. Because you think this is about me and you right now. Right? Go ahead.
To me this night.
Right?
And he said unto him, Say on. And Samuel said, When thou wast little in thine own sight, wast thou not made the head of...
We need to do a t-shirt with that one. Remember when you was nothing? Right? Remember when you was just what? Huh? Little Snooky on the block? Little pistol starter? Huh? Right? I was going to start saying worldly names, but no, I ain't going to do that. Remember when you was Jake? Right? Remember that when you were nothing? Huh? You was bouncing from man to man. Remember, brothers, when you was a little hoe on the block, bouncing from women to women? Huh? You remember that? Oh, you don't remember that now because you're a Hebrew Israelite. You stopped eating pork. You got 3 French shirts and what? I'm straight out. Now I can start casting stones at every damn body. No. You got to remember when you were back in the days and remind yourself when you were in that sin. You remember when you was doing that negative and you cried to the Most High and said, damn, I knew I shouldn't be doing this. That's what you got to remember. And that's what Saul, he got to be brought back to, right? Go ahead.
Was thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel?
You were chosen. You were chosen for the purpose, but who were you chosen by? Not by Samuel. You were not by any man. Remember, none of us called you. Behold, meet me at Walmart. When you see me with a flyer, you have been called. The Most High called you, right? Now make your calling and election sure, right? Go ahead.
And the Lord anointed thee king.
Who? Wait. And I anointed you?
And the Lord anointed thee.
You got to start separating. Like, brother, you're not getting it. I didn't anoint you. I'm just the hand that the Most High used. The promotion comes from the Lord, right? But you don't see it that way because Yahweh didn't come down as an angelic form. He used man. But you can't promote yourself. This is what we... Right. I got scriptures too, and this is the point that Israel is like, I'm going to anoint myself. And what happens? When you anoint yourself, you circumvent all the process and things you're supposed to be learning. And guess what they do? Just like we told the brother yesterday, they do what? Those are the guys that would smoke PCP and go out to the damn street speaking. Those are the guys that no matter what the elders have done in the past, I've never seen an elder hit somebody with a staff. Well, y'all knocked out people back in the days. But yeah, there was a time that the elders put away childish things. You don't see none of that on video. See? But you didn't get a chance to follow the right structure, so you created your own. You start doing your own stuff, and then when you get corrected, you don't want to be told. You don't want to be told. Go ahead.
And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, Go and utterly destroy the sin.
The Most High sent you on the journey. This isn't our journey. My journey, your journey is all the same. Video games, sit at home, get fat, work a 9 to 5, right?
Done.
That was our journey. Idle. This journey the Most High set us on. He didn't call you because you met her. He didn't call you because you met him. He didn't call you because of us. He called you, or because you were born in that family. The Most High still called you for you to know this. You could have been born in another family. Right? Go ahead.
Go and utterly destroy the sinners of the Amalekites and fight against them until they be consumed.
That was the order. Consume, period. Go ahead.
Wherefore, then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of the Lord. And Saul said unto
Well, where was the evil? Where was the evil, y'all? Go ahead, sister. There you go. But is that evil to a lot of people? What is it? Well, just because I didn't want to do it your way? So now I'm wicked because I didn't want to do it your way? It don't got nothing to do with our way. My way. My way is to leave you alone. My way is just to leave you be. Most High said for us to tell the people, warn the people, show the people. Right? Give them the guidelines. That's what the Most High said. We are just tools, and you see that because we're going to die. I might die of a heart attack anytime on that court. Then what? That's all I be thinking. The other day I was on the court. Bro, after COVID, I can't breathe well. I'm like, I gotta get, what the hell is going on in this court? I'm the God. What the hell? I'm tired out here, right? Right? I might die anywhere. I was like driving home like, damn, I might just crash this car into a tree and I'm done. We're expendable. You can die in your sleep any second, y'all. Are you gonna at least die and say, listen, you're gonna say, I did it my way? Or you're gonna say, I did it Yahweh's way? Right? And that's always what's on my mind. I don't know, the more and more you get older, that's what comes into mind. Like, bro, are you doing it the Most High's way?
Are you trying to establish your own righteousness?
Right.
Are you submitting to the righteousness of the Most High?
Right. Get that one. Get that one real quick.
Romans 10 and 3.
Yeah. Go ahead. Romans what? 10 and 3?
Romans chapter 10, verse 3.
Uh-huh.
For they being ignorant of the Most High's righteousness, and going about to establish their own righteousness.
You put man up. Man is just a messenger. We're just messengers. So you gotta, what I mean is, you gotta consider what is book and don't do like the Christians. I get on the phone with a lot of Hebrew Israelites, and we could be there with hours with Bible verses. Yeah, but, like, oh, you're Christian now. All of a sudden, one minute you gun-ho Hebrew Israelite, you're supposed to put away this, put away that. But we start going over scriptures, it's like, yeah, but what I'm supposed to, it's like, what do you mean what you're supposed to do? We just went over that. The proper way is in the word, in the book. You can't circumvent and erase and take this out and take that out. You got to consider all of it. Right? Go ahead.
Have not submitted themselves unto the righteousness of the Most High.
And that's what the Most High is reminding Saul. Jump back.
Verse 20. And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me.
Right.
And have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites.
Right.
But the people took up.
So you see what he did? He's trying to impose his will over Samuel, over the Most High. I did that. Right? And then the people, right? Because a wicked man will not be what? Reproved. He findeth an excuse for every reason and every purpose, right? To fit him. Right? Go ahead.
But the people took up the spoil, sheep and oxen,
right?
The chief of the
they did it. My brother did it. My sister did it. You don't want to take accountability for you. The nation did it. But what was your part, You want to start in the beginning? Right? Go ahead.
The chief.
Salaki just once again
showing
this pattern with his brother that the scripture says in Ecclesiastes, because since this is not
get it real quick.
Ecclesiastes 11.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11. Because sentence against an evil work is not executed speedily.
Right, because you didn't get checked when the first time you tried to, what you said, Ariana? Run the credit card?
Schemers.
The lightning didn't come out and hit you in the head and say, no, that ain't the way. Right? Go ahead, read.
Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil.
To continue in their own vain opinion. To establish their own righteousness time after time. And that's what you see with Saul. You didn't wait for Samuel. You did the sacrifice, and you're not even a Levite. That's not even your office to even do that. right? But all of this what goes back into the James, he that knows to do good and doesn't do it is evil.
Yeah,
It's
sin.
the mind of his brother. When he's all he needed to do, just like I'm skipping a little bit. All he needed to do is what David did. When David went and he committed adultery, when he lined up your right hand side, he confessed. Go to Proverbs real quick. Proverbs 28, 13.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 13.
Right.
He that covereth his sins shall not prosper.
And that's a warning to all of us.
Where's that?
Proverbs, where we at?
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 13.
Right.
He that covereth his sins shall not prosper.
Right.
But whoso confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy.
Yep.
The Most High said, confess your faults to one another so that you'll be healed.
Yeah.
The Most High, he doesn't please him to see the destruction of his people.
Yeah.
The Most High is faithful, he's pitiful. He's waiting for you to just say, you know what? Because he sees it. He's watching. I don't know, we think that just because Kazak don't see it, just because your dad don't see it.
Yeah.
Right? Because you at school, you're doing some off stuff, you don't think your dad and your mom see it, that you're going to get away. What about the Most High? Where's your fear of the Most High?
He knows when you've been sleeping. He knows when you've been awake. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay, jump back. What's up, Ariel?
Proverbs 20 and 8, or 20 and 6.
Go ahead and read it.
God, read Proverbs chapter 20, verse 6. Most men will proclaim every one his own goodness. And that's what he was doing right there. He's trying to justify, I listened by doing not what you said, but to do what? I saved a couple of animals for a sacrifice. So that's still considered righteousness, even though
it starts getting in that manipulative talk. You're saying you saved the animals, but the people did, you start, what do? You want to talk in circles.
that lawyer talk.
Yeah, the lawyer talk. You want to what? That's not what I asked you though. I asked you, did you do what happened was, and then you talk your brain into a circle, and the ones that are aware are like, no, that's not what happened. You straight out disrespectful as that.
Well, you told me to kill everybody, so I did kill everybody, but save the animals. But in doing so, the people told me to save.
Yeah, I can see that Saul do it just like that. He trying to overtalk you.
God.
Right. Instead of saying, no, I did wrong. I didn't obey the command.
God.
Yeah, sis. A lot of gas. He put it over every damn thing.
God.
Go ahead.
But a faithful man who can find? The just man walketh in his integrity. And so the difference between Saul and David, when Nathaniel came to David, told him the parable, the integrity was.
Go ahead, you jump in. Go ahead. No, that's dope.
The word integrity means you uphold the standard in the absence of everybody.
Damn.
So the integrity of David, which was different from Saul, is because when he heard the parable, he said that man should be put to death for taking that man's goat.
Yeah.
But he was like, you're the man. And that instead of coming up with an excuse, instead of proclaiming his own goodness, he was like, damn, the Most High checked it.
Yeah.
Let him be just in whatever he wants to give it. Instead of justifying yourself, let the Most High just. Yeah.
Yeah.
Proverbs what?
Proverbs chapter 20 and verse 6 and 7.
Go ahead, read on. In Samuel's.
Verse 21. But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed.
So, could we scrape out of our list when you get going into, you try to blame it on somebody else? Can we do that, y'all, from now on? Like, when you ask about yourself, stop trying to bring everybody else up. Like, be accountable for what you did. Right? Let's scrape that off our to-do list. What?
I would be like, stop passing the buck. That's
passing the buck. Yeah.
That's what Adam did too. When you look at it,
passing the buck.
God, it was this woman you gave me.
That's why Moses was the meekest man in earth, because he took that. He took it. The proper way. What?
Okay, so on that, because when you look at the comparison, when Moses got checked and he was told he wouldn't go into the promised land, he still maintained the integrity until it was time for Joshua to take the land.
Take over. He wasn't been because he wasn't a bitter little man.
Buster, that's right.
He wasn't a bitter little man that what? Gets salty because he's taken from that position. And when you get a lot of us that are taken from position, we what? We get bitter, salty. You sit on that couch with a little sad ass face. Mm-hmm. No, bump that, right? To the Spirit of the Most High. Well, we got to stay humble. The Most High bring low and he bring high.
But when you look at it, it's the same time period. When Moses got checked and he said he wasn't going into the promised land, 40 years in the wilderness.
Yeah. Yeah, he had to bear that. The whole time he had to feel that.
And still maintain
and think about that. You got the difference between this man, all these different men in this Saul. Like the detail in Saul though is dope because as you start going through his story, you're like, wow, the Most High revealed all the details to show us how every step of the way you can be stupid as hell and make dumb moves. Yeah. And add sin unto sin. Yeah, that's what's up. Go ahead.
To sacrifice unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal. Verse 22. And Samuel said, have the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices, as in obeying the voice of the Lord.
Does the Most High worry about what you're giving, or is the Most High worried about the mind state of what you're doing and what you're giving?
Mind state.
Well, you got a lot of men pleasers. You got a lot of people, a lot of robots that figured, you know what? I'm just going to be a robot. The Lord's with it. All right. Scrap that off your to-do list. Scrap that off your to-do list. Like, the Most High is not dealing with dumb. Like, that don't work on the Father. It don't work on us mere mortals. Like, we're looking at you like, you must be slow as hell. Like, that's not what the Most High deals with. He's telling us to put these things away and understand what you're supposed to be doing and doing it the right way, right? Stop with the excuses. Go ahead.
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice.
To obey who? The Most High, right? But you don't got the whole story because your mind is off. So somebody's got to show you what part you're not obeying. Okay, you got that part down. You got those scriptures down. But this is the part you're not obeying, right? You got the alms, offering. You got that down, and yeah, the Most High accepts that. But he's not accepting yours right now because why? You're not bringing it with the right heart, right? And that's what the Most High was saying. Back to Proverbs, right? It says, it's about the I'm butchering this in my head even, about the alms and the you bring it into the altar with the wrong mind, and I paraphrase the hell out of that. We'll look for it and then we'll go back. Read on. We'll find it and we'll get it. Go ahead.
And to hearken then the fat of rams, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Right. See? So rebellion, you got it?
No, I have a scripture for this precept right here.
Oh. Let me get the one I'm looking for first. Help me out with the one I'm looking for first. And then we can jump to that one. 21 and 23. Proverbs 21. There it is. Proverbs 21, 23.
Proverbs chapter 21, verse 23.
Go ahead.
Whoso keepeth his mouth and his tongue.
Wait. I'm sorry. 21, 27.
Come. Verse 27. The sacrifice of the wicked is abomination.
See, the sacrifices of the wicked is abomination. Watch. Read.
How much more when he bringeth it with a wicked mind?
See, well, I cooked the food. That's what you wanted. No. Yahweh wanted a humble heart. Well, I gave the alms. That's what you wanted. Like, who is you? Who's that? You? Who's you? Who? Who's you? Like, who's you? Huh? Chinese guy? You? The Most High wanted the alms, but how did he want the alms? He wanted you to cook, but how? He wanted you to do the garments, but how? He wanted us to teach, but how? Like, I guess I gotta do it, because if not, I'm gonna be put to death. I guess I gotta do this. The kids, I guess I gotta take out the trash, because the Most High said he's gonna get me at school. Send a shooter, I'm gonna get shot. Gotta take out the trash. Right? But what about, damn, being a help? The logic of the integrity. Damn, wait a minute. Like I tell my kids all the time, like, well, bro, we're all putting in. You're part of this work. The trash helps us pay those lights. Right? It helps our arm come out of our pocket even better when those lights are, when that trash is taken out. Right? When those bathrooms are clean, we're all working together. But we don't look at that. It's like, I got to do it because, or else. Like, the integrity of us is way wrong. But you come with a wrong mind to give things. Yahweh's not hearing that. Are y'all listening to that? It doesn't matter if you do it. If it's not with the right spirit, it's not accepted. Nobody wants your funky ass meal. Nobody wants your little funky garment.
That's right.
Keep that garment. The thread is even coming out anyway. You can tell your spirit was off. Right? We want love to be. It could be a bad meal, but if you gave a damn and your spirit was into it, we can accept that a little bit better. But when the meal is wrong and your attitude is wrong, who wants that? What man, what woman wants that? Come on, y'all know this. Nobody wants that. Take your funky meal with you. Right? Go ahead, jump back.
Verse 22, verse 23.
Go ahead.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
And that's the point. The Most High don't deal with a rebellious mind. What is rebellion? I know this is like easy, but most of us, what is rebellion? Read that. Read the definition of rebellion. Somebody chat it real quick or Google it. Definition of rebellion. Check this out. Rebellion. Rebellion refers to the act of resistance. Stop resisting.
Open resistance.
Right. Rebellion refers to the act of resisting authority, control, or tradition, often in a forceful or violent way, right? Obviously, they try to tell us to not resist Esau. It's commonly used and described as an uprising against a government or ruler, but can also apply to the act of defiance or resistance against established norms or authority. Resisting. Stop resisting. And what are you resisting, though? Are you resisting? We know what to resist. Gay day parades. Let's resist that. Pork-filled meals. Christmas. Halloween. But when somebody's saying, hey, look, the Most High wants your mindset to be this way, why would you resist that? Your thought process. The way you do things. Why would you resist that? Because that's when pride comes in. And that's what's going on with him. For rebellion, go ahead.
Is as the sin of witchcraft.
Go ahead.
And stubbornness is
and what? They're like, oh man, I like him stubborn. Bro, the Most High hates stubbornness. You know what I mean? Well, I like it when she gets a little, Most High don't like that. That's not a good quality. Yeah.
I had another definition.
What you got? Go ahead.
Rebellion. Open, armed, and usually unsuccessful defiance of our resistance to an established government.
I like that. I like that. What was that? Where you get that one from?
This is Webster.
It says usually what? Unsuccessful. Right? Usually unsuccessful. In this case, with the Most High, we know it's unsuccessful. Stubbornness, yeah.
Done. In the Bible, it says, it says, disobedience to the Most High is likened to the spirit of divination.
Right.
So you're like witchcraft.
You're like a witch.
Yeah.
We know what a witch was to be burnt. Because why? I can't do nothing with your soul. When you're stubborn and rebellious, you're one way. The Most High said you're like clay in his hands. Who plays with damn hard-ass clay? You got to go throw that out. Start all over, right? It's like a rock now. Sometimes you can wet that clay and bring it back to life, right? But what about if the water doesn't bring it back to life? It's got to go. And a lot of times you're like, well, just give it a little bit of water, right? Like how Shai seen that tree. Let's give it a little bit of water. Sometimes the water don't help. It's too far gone. And that's what we have to watch. Are you too far gone to hear? Or are you still humble enough to say, you know what, nah, let me look at my actions and what they yield, right? I know I have nothing without the logic of the Most High. My ninja wisdom, it ain't it. It ain't it.
No.
I know I'm dumb as hell without the Father, right? Period. So I need to be lined up with this, right? And that's what makes me say, damn, wait a minute. Here I go again, thinking I know every damn thing. Let me ask. Let me see what this brother got to say. Let me see this, right? Because I don't know. How I know? Because I have made bad decisions in the past. Now, can you be like that at 9, at 10, at 20, at 15, 16? Can you be like that? Or do you, at a whopping 9 years old, know every damn thing? At a whopping 20 years old, you know everything and nobody just understands you. Right? No, you got to be humble enough. I don't know. I'm 20. I am 20. I got a lot to learn in life. Feed me. Right? Oh, yeah, Yahweh, feed me with wisdom. Y'all see that? What you got, sir? What you got?
Exodus chapter 22 and verse 18.
Go ahead.
It says, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Right.
The reason why I pulled that was Isaiah chapter 9 verse 16. It says, for the leaders of this people cause them to err.
Right.
So this influence causes everybody else to partake of that influence. Now you're corrupting the whole nation.
Right.
So you couldn't suffer that one person who's influencing everybody to live.
Right.
You had to kill him.
Right. What we got now, you know, the witches, the fornication, the filth is common, so it desensitizes you to what is wicked against the Most High. And then you start having friends that are like that, and then it's okay now. And you're looking at the word like, well, you guys are just judging. You know, my gay friend is not so bad. Like, you guys are just, what's up with y'all? And it desensitizes people from the will of the Father, right? Go ahead.
It says, and they that are led of them are destroyed.
Right.
So when you let this influencer of wickedness guide you, everybody else is going to be destroyed with you.
Right. Exactly. Perfect. Go ahead, jump back.
Verse 23, second precept. And stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
Right, go ahead.
Because thou hast rejected the word of the Most High, he hath also rejected thee from being king. And Saul said unto Samuel, I have sinned, for I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and thy words, because I feared the people.
See, he told you. Now he got straight up with you. I feared the people. He feared what the people needed and wanted over what he was doing. See, because earlier what happened? Remember, earlier the people started to paint and move the king instead of the spirit moving the king. Right? Them eating and going off. He's like, damn, if I do that again, man, the people's going to uprise. You know, this is another one of my favorite scriptures in the one. It's my memory's bad. Sorry, y'all, but it's Proverbs 14:28. Proverbs 14:28. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 28.
Go ahead.
In the multitude of people is the king's honor.
See, in the multitude of people is the king's honor. But, read.
But in the want of people.
But in the want of people, go ahead.
Is the destruction of the prince.
Because you more so want to have people around you and notoriety and the masses to glory in your ambiance instead of saying, wait a minute, what did the Most High want? That's what the Most High is going to find honorable. Not what I want, not what the people want. What did the Most High say do? Go ahead. All right, jump back.
Because I feared the people
right.
and obeyed their voice. Now therefore, I pray thee, pardon my sin and turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of the Lord.
Wait, you're supposed to read to what? 15 and 33? Go ahead.
Come, for thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. And as Samuel turned about to go away, he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent. And Samuel said unto him, the Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to a neighbor of thine, that is better than thou.
Said that is what?
Better than thou.
You don't want to hear that. Someone's better than me. You know what I mean? So Samuel said that for a reason. Because that's working on his what?
Pride.
That's chipping away at his damn pride and literally everything he said. And that's the problem. You're going to start seeing where Saul's anxieties came from. Oh man, it gets deep about this guy. The anxiety, the fear. This is redundant with him. What you was going to say,
I was going to ask a question.
Yeah.
They say because I feared the people, like, what did he fear?
Remember.
The favor of them? Or?
There you go, the favor.
Okay.
Right on point. Remember what happened when the people started eating and rebellion and now the people is like swaying the mood or the mind state of the king. Instead of it being like, nah, let me just go to the Most High. And if I do it the way the Most High said, the people are they gotta lock in. The ones that don't lock in, like Achan, we're just gonna bring him out and just do away with his, right? But everybody else are gonna lock in, right? Right. So, once again, his anxieties start coming in, the fears of things that don't need to be feared. Yeah.
So, would you think that's like one of the reasons he was like gung-ho on his son?
That he was what?
Like, you know, like so ready to get rid of his son, like to put him to death.
What was the one? What you saying?
I'm saying like if he's like talking about because he feared the people, like to make an example out of Jonathan.
That I can see that. I can see that. I mean, when you got this scattered brain individual, this person that's motivated by his emotions, that's motivated by pride, that's motivated by his own decisions that are corrupting him. I can agree with that, right? You got all this, like, think about it, y'all. Damn, it's hard to talk about it without actually talking about it. But we dealt with individuals like this, and every decision they make, it's like chaos. It's like you can't stay on one subject, you can't stay on one logic. Like you quote the scripture but deny the scripture within the quote. It's like, where you at? Like you're everywhere. And that's what you get with these type of individuals. His mind wasn't settled, right? The scriptures say, the Most High will direct their thoughts. How I go? No, just quote it. 15. It says, He will direct thy thoughts. Commit thy works unto the Lord. Excuse me. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and He will direct thy thoughts. Where are your thoughts at when you're not committed to the Most High? Go take a look out there in the minds of our people. They're every damn where. Scattered brain, right? They have no direction, no vision. And what overcomes them? They make moves off of fear, right? Off of lust, off of doubts, off of jealousy, and those things kill them. Period. So yeah, I can definitely agree with that. But you got something? All right, go ahead. Read on.
Verse 29. And also the strength of Israel will not lie nor repent. For he is not a man that he should repent.
Right. So remember, this word repent means to go back on. Right? It doesn't mean he won't forgive you. It doesn't mean that the Most High won't change his mind. Right? The Most High is saying here is what? He's not going to go back on his word. Right. Okay, go ahead. It's important you know that. Because 100 things to ask a Hebrew Israelite, that one's in there. How come he says he won't repent? And then it's like, ooh, you threw me off. I don't know what to do now. That's a question that I got to rethink my life. Brother, read the definition. In the context of what is being said, all it's just saying is like, the Most High, he's not the God that he shall lie. He's standing on his word. Right. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 30. Then he said, I have sinned. Yet honor me now.
Right.
I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel.
Right. Now he wants to what? Remember, Samuel anointed him. So now he's doing it for what? Show. Saul is so, his anxiety and fears got a hold of him so much, he wants to what? Bro, just ride with me out, right? Let everybody see you're still with me, right? Man pleasing. And there you go, the people, he's men pleasing. He wants, you get these people in characters that always want to be seen as something that they're not. The narcissistic. It's like you're not even that type of guy, right? But they get so caught up into that, they would do everything in their power to what? Keep that image going, but in their mind it's damn chaos. This is what we're seeing. These are the questions we ask ourselves. Damn, am I like that? And do I care so much about with the masses and being in this notoriety, the cliques, right? The false perception, right? The garments, the outward appearance, like the Pharisees and Sadducees. Or do I care about what the Most High want more? Gotta ask yourself, yeah.
I don't know why this particular part reminded me a lot of Judas for some reason, like how he was acting. As far as when Yahweh said, you know, one of y'all gonna betray me, and he was like, no, and he couldn't fight that. He got a spirit on me, he couldn't like reject that outcome.
Right.
Same thing when later on when he started mistreating David, the Most High already spoke like somebody gonna replace you. Like he couldn't.
You jumping though. You're jumping the next week. You and Ariel want to jump little jumping jumps. No. I mean, you know we're gonna get there though. But it's good that we stay in this lane right now, because now y'all are getting really what this is about. This is just, Saul was wicked. It's good to know, the water. No, now we know how he got here. And we can judge ourselves before we judge him and say, damn, wow, his logic, his mind, his emotions, his feelings, like when he's moving and right, it's going to get all the way to there. Yeah.
I was saying did it all start with, like, when he said, cursed is the person who eat, and his son had ate, and then he wound up nothing happening to him. So that has something to do with why people just started, because when he declared that, it didn't go to, like, nobody got cursed, so they thinking, like, maybe.
I'm sorry, sis, you got to come back with it.
So, like, when he said, cursed is the person who eats before the day is out, or something like
right.
that, on a fast, and then his son wound up eating, and nothing happened to him. Remember, because it said Jonathan was saved,
The people saved him, right?
Yeah, so could that be the reason why the people weren't listening to him, because he had declared that and nothing came of it?
Well, it didn't say that people weren't listening to him. This was all in his mind because of the decisions he was making. He was thinking more about how will the people look at this, right? Will I lose the love? Will I lose the power? He's doing that in his mind. when all you had to do was lock into the Father, please the Most High, and the Most High would have ran his kingdom. Remember, Samuel said to him, what? Then, if you would have listened, you would have ruled forever. So, it wasn't the people. It never said that, the people were going to overthrow him or anything like that. It didn't say that or allude to it. It's just these moments to where his mind was going in that way. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's finish it.
Verse 30 from the top. Then he said, I have sinned. Yet honor me now, I pray thee, before the elders of my people and before Israel. And turn again with me, that I may worship the Lord thy God. So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul worshiped the Most High.
Right. So what? But remember, where is Saul's mind state? He wants to be seen. He wants notoriety. He want, right? Okay, I'll ride with you, brother. But the Most High rejected you. Right? I'm rolling with you, right? But this is what it is. So you can start seeing that from the first time to this time, what happened? That he couldn't come to the realization of what was going on. It was going to be rent from you, right? It was going to be taken. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 32. Then said Samuel, Bring ye hither to me Agag the king of the Amalekites. And Agag came unto him delectably. And Agag delightly.
I'm sorry, delicately. Like he moving like real humble, huh?
Delicately. And Agag said, surely the bitterness of death is past.
Well, yeah, well, war's over. You won. Go ahead.
And Samuel said, as thy sword has made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed Agag in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal.
Like that right there, like it didn't say he slit him, he cut him. Hewn is like taking an axe, coming down, and then chopping, He chopped this man down. That's what the priests were doing in those ancient days. They were priests but warriors as well. Yeah. So he wasn't no punk. Go ahead. All right.
Ariel, one shall show you hold up on yourself.
Ariel, one shall show you hold up on yourself.
Yeah, how about Shabbat Shabbat thumb?
Yeah, smiling is infectious, huh?
I didn't want to go.
Yeah, you didn't want to, but I made you. You couldn't hold it, huh? All right. We are at 34. You're reading down to 17. We're getting through this, y'all. But look, I'm hoping y'all getting a lot out of this subject because there's a lot to unwrap in this, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Go ahead. $34.
First Samuel chapter 15, verse 34. Then Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his house in Gilead of Saul. And Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death.
So, you see it, sis? That was the last time. After that, it was done. He didn't come back to see him. So, that right there is a blow. That right there is a blow. Like, Samuel was everything to this cat. And you're never going to see him again to death. Yeah, crazy. Was that a hand, sis? Yeah, what you...
My question is, Saul spared Agag.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that he spared anybody else?
No.
So how is Amalek not done away with if they killed him after that?
Well, okay, so Saul didn't, but the people didn't. Remember? It said the people?
The people spared.
The people spared. Right, go back. Let's go back. Yeah, they didn't wipe Amalek out. Obviously. The order was disobeyed. So go back to where they disobeyed the order. Remember, it said, see, 15.
God.
15 and 15.
1 Samuel 15 and 15. And Saul said, they have brought them forth from Amalek. For the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul, stay, and I will tell you.
So, we know that they didn't kill everybody. They disobeyed the order, because Amalek was still around after this. So they didn't kill everybody like they were supposed to. That was the whole point of this, right? Go ahead. That was it, to answer that. They didn't kill everybody. Because we end up, I think David ended up going back to war with them. So just like when we jump ahead, you start to see, okay, no, they didn't do their job. They didn't do what the Most High told them. That's the whole point of Samuel being upset. You didn't do what was said. Yeah, we killed the king, we got him, but you didn't wipe everybody out like you were supposed to. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
The word repented in verse 3-5. When it says the Lord repented when he made Saul king over Israel, that's being used in a different context than verse 29, right?
Right. So, like, what verse, where are we at? 1 Samuel what?
You said 15 and what?
15 and 30 what?
35 and 29 is...
Right. So look, if you go to the Hebrew on that, you can kind of see the word and what it details as far as repented. So repented, right? Nacham, a permanent root probably side. Wait, no, that's what it is. No, I clicked on the wrong one. Wait, did I click on the wrong one? Nacham, right? Okay, so it is. It says, all right. Be sorry, that is in a favorable sense to pity, right? Console. So when you think of repent, all we think is what? To go back on, right? To change from. But when you look at the word, it says to pity. See, so now you can see how this word can be used in other contexts as opposed to what we think. Oh, repent means to go back on or to undo, because we're thinking of sin. And we're thinking of, well, repent means to undo the bad, but really it's to have sorrow, right? And pity for what you did, console, reflexively, what's that word? Reflexively, yeah, you can look that up. It says, or unfavorable to avenge oneself, comfort, self-ease oneself, right? So this word can be used, as you see in the definition, in those contexts. So once again, if we're on what subject are we on? And what point is this word used? Then you can say, oh, okay, this is what it meant. So you get that? That makes sense? Okay, all right. Let's jump back.
I also got regretted.
Regretted, yeah.
So in verse 35, which we didn't get to, the precept, the Most High regretted making him king. As far as like the 30, you said 29, repent. Yeah, that repent was like he said, like Kazaki was bringing out in the scriptures. You're going back, like the Most High is not going to change his decision. He's not going to repent and go back on his decision.
Right.
As opposed to being repentant, meaning I regret doing this.
Right. Yeah. Y'all get that, right? Okay, come on.
Verse 35. And Samuel came no more.
Yeah.
You know what she was talking about? I was gonna say like verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
Because it says to a city of Amalek. It doesn't mean all of Amalek is there.
There you go. Tawada. Who asked that question? Zoe. Verse 5 is perfect to answer that question. And Saul came into a city of Amalek, a city. Right? So you're going to start in this city. Because we know, history-wise, Amalek was there after. You couldn't say they went in there and destroyed literally all of Amalek to the T, to the nation. Right? Okay, perfect. Tawada for that. Tawada. All right. Go ahead, jump back.
1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 35. And Samuel came no more to see Saul until the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, and the Lord repented that he had made Saul king over Israel. 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 1. And the Lord said unto Samuel, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul?
Okay, so now I'm just going to jump back. Did the Most High regret or did he pity? Think about it. Is God the God that he should regret? He don't make mistakes. So what do we talk about? Or did he pity that he made Saul? Right? Like I gave you this chance and look at what you did with the chance. You see that? So that's what I was saying about that book, 100 Things to Ask Hebrew Israelite. That's one of the things they put in there. Right? Like if God is not a God that he should repent, why did it say he repented? Because you're not understanding the context that is used in. Right? He doesn't regret. He didn't make a mistake. Right? But he has pity. Right? On what this individual became. Right? Okay. All right. Jump back.
1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 1.
And
the Lord said unto Samuel, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul, saying, I have rejected him from reigning over Israel?
Check that out. So Saul was off, Saul was wrong, but did that mean that your love had to be total cold towards his brother?
Wow.
Right? Right. Remember, this is back in the days too. Samuel was still like, damn, I love the brother. Right? And we're going to see that for all the jumpies. We're going to see that with David. Right? The same thing. David had that love towards Saul. Right? It never changed. So where do we get this? No, we got to be cold. We got to hate the brother. We got to set up curses on him in his house. Right? That's not it. Then Yahushua came back and solidified that thought process. Pray for them. Right? That despitefully use you. That was your people he was talking about. Right? You can't skip that. You got to be like, you know what, Yahweh, help them. Make them see it. Be with them. Open up their eyes. Give them faith. And then the Most High will do his work. Right? If one prayer for another curses come.
No.
What's that?
Ecclesiastes 3:13.
Con?
Or verse 12 and 13.
Ecclesiastes what?
Chapter 3, verse 12 and verse 13.
And what this pertaining to?
Just the compassion that Samuel had towards Saul, the same compassion that David had for his head, which was Saul, during that time.
Oh, no, just hold that. We're going to get into that. Same goes for, is it Samuel or David?
It's Saul right now.
No, Samuel or David in the Apocrypha.
It's neither. It's just a...
Okay, go ahead, read that. Then read it. Ecclesiastes is what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 12. My son, help thy father in his age, and grieve him not as long as he liveth.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right.
And if his understanding fail, have patience with him.
Right, because Saul was like a double-minded man. He was unstable in all his ways. He was causing people to err. He was causing people to eat blood, and then he's moving rash, and then he leaves Agag alive. All of these things. So he has a lack of understanding. But what did the priest who was who anointed Saul? He didn't despise him. The Most High is asking him like, how long are you gonna mourn for this guy? You know I removed him. But that showed what? He still had compassion on a man who lacked understanding,
Mhm.
who erred not knowing the scriptures. Go ahead.
And despise him not when thou art in thy full strength.
And that precept, that goes with
Yeah.
the foreshadowing to come.
Go ahead, read on.
Gone. And the Lord said unto Samuel, How long wilt thou mourn for Saul, seeing I have rejected him from reigning over Israel? Fill thine horn with oil, and go, and I will send thee to Jesse, the Bethlehemites, for I have provided me a king among his sons. And Samuel said, How can I go? If Saul hear it, he will kill me.
See? So what do we got now already? Now you see a little bit of why Samuel ain't coming around. But check this out. Samuel still prayed for him. That is crazy. Do we see that from brothers? Or do we see more curses?
Curses.
Do we see pray for these brothers or more curses? Huh? You see, why is this not also followed? We can't be like Christians, only choose one side and not the other. Right? Saul was off. You say, well, Saul was his brother. What else? Saul was off, Saul was his brother. You can see the mindset of these righteous men as opposed to men that their logic ain't right. Go ahead.
And if the Lord said, and the Lord said, take an heifer with you, and say, I am come to sacrifice to the Lord, and call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou shalt do, and thou shalt anoint unto me him whom I name.
He had to walk wise as serpents, harmless as doves. I'm going to go, first of all, Saul is still king, but I'm going to go anoint another king. Bro, you finna get, then the king that's finna, the king, this dude is narcissistic, volatile, emotional as hell, right? And you finna go, so you gotta move what? You gotta move strategically, because this guy might do anything, he might kill you, right? And obviously Samuel knew Saul will go there. So what was in Saul to go ahead and kill Samuel? You see that? So he had to watch out for that. Go ahead.
And Samuel did that which the Lord spake, and came to Bethlehem. And the elders of the town trembled at his coming, and said, Comest thou peaceably? And he said, Peaceably. I am come to sacrifice unto the Lord. Sanctify yourselves, and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sanctified Jesse and his sons, and called them to the sacrifice. And it came to pass, when they were come, that he looked on the Eli, and said,
On the what?
On Eli.
Oh, he looked on Eli.
And said, Surely the Lord's anointed is before him. But the Lord said unto Samuel, Look not on his countenance, or on his height.
Right, look, once again, we do that. Right, well, damn, this brother's beautiful, man. You know what I mean? This brother's handsome. Man, look at the spirit on this guy. Look how he rolling. Don't look at the countenance, right? Go ahead.
Height or his stature, because I have refused him. For the Lord seeth not as men see it. For men looketh on the outward appearance.
That's why the scriptures say, honor not a man for his dress and his outward appearance. And dishonor him not for the same thing. Right? Go ahead.
But the Lord looketh on the heart. And then Jesse called Abinadab.
See, so now we got a snippet of what the Most High was looking at in Saul. He was looking at his heart. He was looking at his thinking, right? He was looking at his love, his integrity, right? He was looking at those things. Go ahead.
Then Jesse called Abinadab and said, and made him pass before Samuel. And he said, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. Then Jesse made Shishama pass by. And he said, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. Again, Jesse made 7 of his sons to pass before Samuel. And Samuel said unto Jesse, The Lord hath not chosen these. And Samuel said unto Jesse,
So y'all see this? The Most High is not looking at how buff you are, how tall you are. He's not looking at how beautiful you are. He's not looking at, your motion, right? He's not looking at that. He's looking at your spirit. So you youngsters got to realize that when you're sitting at home and when you're in your mind, that's what the Father's looking at. He's looking at your thinking, how you feel, your emotions, right? And if you ain't talking and dealing with those emotions, well then, you will be a villain like Saul. Go ahead.
And are here all thy children. Mm-hmm. And he said, there remaineth yet the youngest, and behold, he keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said unto Jesse, send and fetch him, for he will not sit down till he come hither. Mm-hmm. And he sent and brought him in, and he was ruddy, and withal.
Right. So the word ruddy means what? Y'all remember what the word ruddy means? No, not the Edomites. You got to go to the old definition of ruddy, and you can't find it in a lot of places. Right? They're gonna tell you he was pink. Look, ruddy is the adjective often used to describe someone's complexion as having a healthy. Mm-hmm. See, it says reddish color, so it can also refer to reddish or rosy hue in general, right? So, not just in not just in relation to skin tone. Y'all understand that? So, we know that Solomon said he was black like the tents of Kedar. Daddy had to be black. He wasn't talking about David was red bone, or he looked light skinned, right? It was speaking of something else. His character. What else you got? You don't got nothing there. Nobody got it? We gotta find it. What's up?
Mine is a goldish color.
Right, goldish color, right? But ruddy is referring also about his how he's moving. What? Right, there you go. Look at that. David is as a strong but assuming shepherd. There you go. You got a man coming from dealing with the animals, and you're what? You got that strong, rigorous. You thinking what? David's a little boy, he's tender and weak. Nah, bro. Anybody knows. If you're dealing with cattle, have y'all seen the cattle cats? Have y'all watched that? The real cowboys, how they sweep them over, these cattle, tie them up, go pick them up. That ain't no like, your hands are like Ariel's hands, blistered and rugged, right? Worse than that. It ain't what they depict David to be. He was just red and handsome, right? Or an Edomite or Caucasian. No, he was a rugged young boy, right? Yeah.
Just in that, like how you saying that if you ever see a cattle hand,
yeah,
they're bruised, they're scarred. Yeah. I went to high school with the he's Esau, but like he used to handle cattle in Texas. So like his hands, like if you would imagine Ariel's hands is still soft compared to his.
Really?
Because they handle rope and they're literally handling these
yeah.
He's handling cows and bulls. Yeah. So his hands are literally like sandpaper, like constantly.
Like get smacked by those hands.
But he doesn't look it.
Right.
But it's the strength.
The strength.
He has real strength.
Yeah.
It's not in his build. He's not.
That's those calisthenics, bro. Your body moving. You know how they do that with the rope? Imagine doing that with these animals, picking them up, throwing them around, and you're constantly doing that, bro. You're strong.
When you look at Elijah, version of Elisha, he was plowing the field with 6 oxen.
Right.
And he had those reins in his hand. So he wasn't strong. Like somebody, a small little shepherd boy, like no, oxen are big. And this right. He was pulling the reins with his hand. So you could imagine David.
Yeah, the misinformation about David, it starts right here, y'all. And once again, his son said he's black like the tents of Kedar. Kedar means black, dark. So daddy had to be dark, right? Go ahead.
And beautiful countenance. And good.
And now it's talking about his countenance, right? That's when it's talking about his countenance and his countenance. The other word ruddy was describing something else, not his physical look, right? His outward appearance. You know how I said your countenance, make it your countenance to shine. That's literally your outward, right? You get this aura around you, around your skin and your body. But it said, and his countenance was what?
Was beautiful.
Yeah, so he was a good-looking man, but this cat was rugged, right? He had, I like how you brought it out. You could imagine how much strength he had in him to swing that stone. Go ahead.
It makes me think of what's the name? Military guy. Tom Cruise guy. No.
The bald head black dude?
No, they did a TV show about him. Jack Reacher. Yeah, moving like a dark skinned Jack Reacher. Just,
yeah.
You know, he about that business. You could sense the presence when David came in. Like, okay, he about that real father's business.
Yeah, but you trying to play him short because he was the youngest, right? But remember, what work was he doing? Go ahead.
And the Lord said, "Arise, anoint him, for this is he." Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brothers.
No, David anointed himself.
Then Samuel took the horn.
No, we can anoint ourselves.
Samuel, the high priest. The high priest.
I don't need nobody to verify me, certify me, right?
Samuel.
And I'm talking about really certification. I'm talking about real certification. Like nobody can certify you if they ain't around you, right? It don't work like that. You know what? That's how brothers nowadays look. They look on your outward appearance. You said a few words. You know what? You a priest, You a priest, man. You beautiful, you're handsome, and you what? You can speak well. You a priest. Like, nah. Oh, can't be like right.
That big beard.
You got big beard. Nah. That was, you're gonna certify these men. Remember, and I know you're like, well, Samuel wasn't around Saul. Remember, we're dealing with angels telling them what's the guy. So we have to be around each other and vouch for each other now, because ain't an angel coming down to a brother and being like, listen, anoint this man. It's literally angels were doing this. The Spirit of the Most High was coming to Samuel. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Then Samuel took the horn of an oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren.
Right.
And the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward. So Samuel arose and went to Ramah. And the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul. And an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him.
Right. So once again, just on this spirit, soul and spirit, you can see spirits come and go. You could be in the spirit one now prophesying, oh, the spirit of the prophets, he's in the Spirit of the Most High. And then the spirit will flee, like it says in Wisdom of Solomon, that deceit, that corruption, that mind state, right? And another spirit will jump on you. And now, what's attached to your soul, right? Anger, bitterness, anxiety, right? Doubts, fears. That's what we're seeing with Saul. Go ahead.
And Saul's servants said unto him, behold, now an evil spirit from the Most High troubled thee.
See, and everybody, well, what's wrong with you? No, I'm good. Why do you look like that then? I don't know. What you talking about, I'm all right. You all right? That's how you know they're really going. You good, sis? I'm good. You good? You sound good right now. No, I'm fine. You're strung out. You're not fine. You got something wrong with you. And Saul's going through it. He's going through it in his head. Samuel ain't coming up. This ain't going the way I had. What's haunting him? Dreams, the kingdom being took, right? Go ahead.
Let our Lord now command thy servant,
right,
which are before thee,
right,
to seek out a man who is a cunning player on the harp.
Right. Let's get somebody that play. Music is a tool. Real music is a tool, right, that will calm your spirit. And he said a harp, right? He said, hey, go get me someone that can play the drums.
A harp.
Whoop the true. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Like you sound like, listen, it wasn't drums. Let me play the harp. That's gonna calm your spirit. Who puts on the damn drums to calm you down? That's when you wanna what? Jump up against the wall. You wanna get amped up. But what you listening to in the car? Woofers, woofer, woofers. Pounding, pounding, pounding. Oh, and you think, well, the R&B. Now, the R&B, that's demonic music. Music controls vibe, spirit, and everything.
Even Esau got it here.
Yeah.
What are the benefits of harp music? So it says, clinical studies are quantifying the therapeutic benefits of live harp music.
Well, the Most High already told us 1,000 years ago when David and when these men wrote songs, you never hear them. Hey, listen, go get the drums out. Right? It says, what is the prayer we're going to read after? The harp, a solemn sound. Right? And they were making music with that. So you got to think about what you're listening to. Goon music. Right? That's why you what? You trying to do this right after. You trying to do this when you. Yeah, that's me doing the stuff. You trying to do all this? Like, look at you right now. Huh? Because why? What's filling your spirit? And then you think you're what? You're a killer. So, just reminding us what is real music. Right? Go ahead. What you got?
Did you have any more questions?
Oh yeah, it says regulating stress hormones, equalizing and slowing down brain waves, inducing restful sleep, releasing physical and emotional suffering.
Listen, where did Esau get jazz, symphony? Where did he get that from? Well, Beethoven was black. Shut up. Mozart, black. Socrates, black.
Beethoven.
Said that, right? So all these men that composed real music were Israelite men, right? But you think that's what? That's corny. You know what I mean? That's corny. Right? That's whack. I don't want to hear that. I need some of that shoot 'em up music. Right? That,
808s.
Yeah, I need some 808s. The drums, right? You know who those drums come from? Some damn Hamite with a damn fade. And damn tattoos on the middle of their damn forehead and their face. That's where we get that from. Ham. Get the drums. Drums are music. But what type of drums? Well, when we hit the drums, where are we going? War.
That's why
You go to that. That's why Esau, you would have the drums out there. You wouldn't have the drums when you're trying to relax. Man, I need to relax. Then you walk in the house and you snap into a Slim Jim. Right? Music. And I know with the young brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? I mean, we all listen to it, but we got to understand what we're dealing with. Like, you can't think that that's going to calm you down. Y'all see what I'm saying? That's not going to calm you down. Go ahead, where you at?
It also says it helps with pain management and anxiety.
There you go. All right. Esau knows this, but he wants you to listen to the jungle bunny music. What? old school.
On the David being ready, I forgot that I had it noted in here in the NLT. They talk about him being dark and handsome.
Check that out.
Yeah.
In the NLT, what's that?
In the New Living Translation.
New language, really?
Yeah. Living language.
With David?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What is
They
that?
read it?
Yeah.
1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 12. So Jesse sent for him. He was dark and handsome, with beautiful eyes. And the Lord said, "This is the one, anoint him."
Oh my God. See, you can use that, but then when you start using it, like that's so much out of not what was said in the book. You gotta watch those new revised out. I mean, yeah, it goes with the narrative, but let's be real. Like, it didn't go into all that because the point was, like, all of the men the Most High chose, it wasn't supposed to be about the appearance. That makes it seem like he was a dark-skinned brother. He was what? Dark-skinned with nice teeth. That's the guy. You know what I mean? All he needs is dreads and he's good. Right? All right, jump back.
And it shall come to pass, when the evil spirit of the Lord is upon thee, that he shall play with his hands, and thou shalt be well. And Saul said unto his servants, Provide me now a man that can play well, and bring him to me. Then answered one of the servants, and said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, that is cunning in playing, and a mighty valiant man.
Are you not paying attention? Look at how the Most High makes, there ain't no coincidence.
Right.
Bro, the Most High moves the pieces, and you're like, why is this individual here for you? You an anomaly. You've been sitting here to test me. Yes. And to show your character, to show what type of individual you are, to show your greed, your selfishness, your lust, your doubts. And guess what? You worried about this individual when the Most High got the spotlight on you. Right? Y'all looking at this? The Most High does this in our life. Why is this person around? She just gets under my skin. You know what I mean? That's what me and Shawashina Shalamaya talk about. You run from one sister in Houston, and then you meet that sister back in Rochester, and then you meet her back in what? I'm like, you're not going to understand that until you realize how to humble yourself and deal with these individuals. It ain't going to stop. Like, you're going to have to deal with that and what? Be humble to that. And know you still got to teach and be example. But you're not running from the person, right? The Most High is going to show and prove what type of person you are. Because it's not about that, sister. It's about you. It's about you realizing what? That you're not humble enough. That you're not meek enough. So, yeah, they have to learn that. Hand raise? Yeah.
So, this happened before Samuel went to anoint him? Them requesting him to come play the harp?
No.
That happened after he was already anointed?
Yeah. Right? Like the coincidence, right? They on one side over here in the city, Samuel's anointing David, and then the other side, they're like, man, Saul is stressed out, man. We need to get him some real music.
There's a guy named
I know a guy.
I know a guy.
You're like, yeah, that's Bethlehemite. Oh, yeah, let's go get him. Little did you know that he's getting anointed as king over here. Right? Him is next. Go ahead.
I like this precept too, because it's describing his characteristics to show he wasn't a little boy.
Right, a little boy. Go ahead.
No boy. It says, a mighty man, it says, a mighty valiant man and a man of war.
Right. He wasn't a little midget. Like, Esau, man, is so garbage, man. I hate, they put him like a little boy fighting a giant. Like, bro, you missing it. What verse was that?
This is verse 18.
Go ahead.
A man of war and prudent in matters.
Check that out. So, I mean, this guy was well distinguished. A warrior, prudent, wise, and he was working in a humble position, right? And he know how to play music. Ain't that a truth? Yeah, I got it. He was all a woman wanted, right? Bro, handsome, a warrior, right? He said, hold on a second, let me get the harp out for you. It's like, damn, David is cold, right? What's that?
And I would like to also, for a musician, to sue somebody as David would, he had to be disciplined.
Right.
Because it takes time to learn and time to for that.
Yeah.
And that takes time. So and discipline
That's true.
teaches everything.
Learn that music and to play that music, man. And you know, looking with us, man, it probably was natural for him. He learned it himself. You know, you get a lot of people that learn how to play music. Yeah, self-taught. Yeah, he played everything.
Yeah, self-taught a lot.
One to the next. He'd jump on one thing, drums, and go jump over to the next thing. And, yeah, go ahead.
And a comely person.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord.
Did we mention he was comely? He was beautiful? Right? They gotta keep putting that in there. Oh, by the way, David was beautiful. Like, y'all cats has really got these beautiful brothers. Go ahead.
Oh, so when it said prudent as well, like it's talking about his speech. So
Right.
he knew how to conduct himself.
There you go.
Not like a child, but as a grown man in certain affairs.
There you go.
All kinds of affairs.
There you go. Go ahead.
And the Lord is with him. Verse 19. Wherefore Saul sent messengers unto Jesse and said, send me David thy son, which is with the sheep. And Jesse took an ass laden with bread and a bottle of wine and a kid, and sent them by David, his son, unto Saul. And David came to Saul and stood before him, and he loved him greatly.
Check that out. Dang, you don't see like, damn, Jesse didn't know what really was going on. And, you know, they were scared to send David over because he had just been anointed king. And we didn't want him to know, so we didn't send him over because, like, think about that. That's not here. They packed him up, AI, head over here, right? But don't you think something like that was in their head? Like, wait a minute, you just been anointed. Then saw, like, bruh, he's gonna kill you over there. They're gonna kill you. None of that's here. This is how you see the dynamic of the father in the household. Go ahead.
Also, I like how verse 20, when you read about when he was summoned to come to the king, he didn't come empty handed. That was a custom, one of the customs that we did. He brought a gift. He came bearing gifts, being respectful.
Yeah, give destroy the heart. Not in the negative sense, though, right? We know the negative sense, but in a positive thing, then what? Oh, okay. He's coming respectful. He's coming, right? Go ahead.
Him greatly, and he became his armor bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, let David, I pray thee, stand before me, and he hath found favor in my sight. And it came to pass, when the evil spirit of the Most High was upon Saul, that David took an harp and played with his hands. So Saul was refreshed.
Check that out. So music can calm you, music can relax you, right? What type of music are you playing around yourself, right? You youngsters, like, learn how to be more, expand your catalog of music, and you'll start saying, wait, like, dang, this music got me in a different mind state, in a different vibe, right? You can't listen and shoot 'em up music while studying songs. Like, let me get that in the background. It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you got DMX or whatever the hell these new cats are, right? You can't do that. Put you some jazz music on. Put you some symphony. Put you some piano on, right? When we put the kids to sleep, that's what we're putting them to sleep on. It ain't some Rihanna, you making love in Hebrew, or whoever these new people are. I'm sorry, I've been out of the music game for a minute. I stopped listening a while back to a lot of things, but you know, whoever these new people are in the R&B and that's gonna sway your mind into those emotions, you don't do that. You gotta put the right music on. Go ahead.
And was well, and the evil spirit departed from him. 1 Samuel chapter 17.
What is that telling us? Music can control spirits or lead them around you. Music can control spirits. I know, we never thought that, huh? You never know that music had demons on it. That the music you got is demons. Once again, until the truth, the reality of the truth, when the white man said, you know what, this music is influencing our generation, I never understood that. I'm like, how? Now, we know two things as fact. The music can influence you. But if you got the spirit of the Most High, it shouldn't. If the spirit is controlling you, shouldn't. The other thing is that, what are you constantly influencing yourself with? So, we got to be mindful of those two things. Go ahead.
1 Samuel 17:1. Now the Philistines gathered together their armies to battle, and were gathered together at S.O.W, which belongeth to Judah, and pitched between S.O.W and Azariah. Azariah in Azekah in Ephesdam,
Good. I'm messing around. If he's right? Go ahead.
And Saul and the men of Israel were gathered together and pitched by the valley of Elah and set the battle in array against the Philistines.
That's you.
Verse 3. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 3. And the Philistines stood on a mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on a mountain on the other side. And there was a valley between them. And there went out a champion out of the camp of the Philistines named Goliath of God, whose height was 6 cubits and his span. Just so for those that don't know the translation to modern measurements, I'm a wonder. Y'all did it in kids class, right?
Kids class,
what is
Did you guys go with the Mesopotamian? Because you got the Mesopotamian measurement or cubic, or what cubic did you go by?
I don't remember, but it was 13 feet.
It was 13 feet. It's supposed to be bigger than that. Like, okay, and that's fine, Joe. We can run with that. 13 feet and 6 inches. Bro, imagine a 13 feet man,
It is. It was all the way up to the roof.
freaking insane. That's 13 feet. And you think David looked like Yahweh? But there's no way, it says Saul was tall. So we had giants among Israel too. Look at Shaq. Look at these men, these so-called black Americans that are giants now. Right? But those giants back in the days, they were a little bit bigger. And then you go further back during the time of Noah, they were bigger than bigger. And then you go during the time of Adam, it says they were like the cedars in the garden. So giants were among the people, were among all nations, right? It wasn't just Israelites. Giants were among all nations, right? You had giants in Moab. You had giants in Ham. You had different giants everywhere, right? So let's understand this. We know David had to be big to bear and carry the sword. And I know I'm jumping ahead, jumpy, but he had to carry the sword of this man. Think about it, to wear the crown of another big fella, right? 75-pound crown, which we're going to go into in the reading. But David wasn't small. He wasn't our size, Akin. right? He wasn't even Aharon's size. Aharon is what, 7'2"?
6'4".
I'm sorry, 7. I even gave him a whole. That's big as hell too. So he's 6'4". Come on, that's small. We're small giants, right? And some of us are just straight out midgets. 5 feet, 5'9", 5'11". Yeah, is a midget. How are you? How tall are you?
6'1.5".
Yeah, well, every man must be that. He said 6'1.5". Right? We all want to be 6, at least 6 feet. But back in those days, y'all, 13 feet tall. And if you go by the Mesopotamian, it's bigger. Right? What you got?
When you read about how tall the cedar trees were, because you say from the time of Adam,
yeah,
that was anywhere from 60 to 120 feet tall.
Bruh, that's what it says in Ezekiel. He was taller than all the ones in the garden. And Ezra's also. That means these cats were giants. So when they fight it, it's like, well, we found the body. Like, yeah, okay. That was all the men of the earth. Right? It wasn't just one nation. All right? Go ahead, read on.
So,
yeah.
I just did like a quick Google search because so it says 18 cubits, like 27 feet.
18 cubits is 27 feet.
Concept.
That's more like, look, they have different measurements that adopted during different times. So think about it. He was big. And it's so big you can't even imagine it now. But if you've seen Shaq in real life, you see that this is, I'm telling you, I cannot get it out of my head. Shaq stood in front of me and I felt like a baby. I seen him in California. He got off the car, he never stopped growing. I looked at him, I looked at me and my rib, I'm like, that's a big man's. That's a big fella. Yeah, he's a big guy. And he's what? 7 what? Yao Ming was what? You see Yao Ming in real life, bro, you're going to be like, what? This is not real. Right? So, yeah, giants. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 5. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 5. And he had a helmet of brass upon his head. And he was armed with a coat of mail. And the weight of the coat of mail was 5,000 shekels of brass. And he had greaves of brass upon his legs, and a target of brass between his shoulders. And the staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam. And his spear
a weaver's beam. Come on, man. This guy he was a big fella. He was a warrior. You have warriors in other nations too. Brothers act like you don't got Edomite warriors and Hamite warriors. Like we were the only ones that had warriors. Come on, yo. We had to go. We had to go to war with these big Hamites. The difference is that the Most High was with us, and we didn't need nothing else, right? We didn't need beauty. We didn't need a big sword. We didn't need those things, man. So, but let's be real, y'all. There's warriors of other nations. There's other nations that are skilled in certain things too, right? It ain't like, the Israelites it says we were the former of all things, yes. But remember, all these other nations had big fellas, warriors. They had things in the nations as well. Go ahead, read on.
And the staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam.
Mm-hmm.
And his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron.
Come on, now. 600 shekels of iron? Even in this day and age, bro. Even in this day and age, 600 shekels is how much?
126 pounds.
Come on, now. That's the tip of your spear. How much?
126 pounds.
Brother, come on now. Who's picking up a 100-pound hand of a spear? Imagine the actual beam of that. How much that had to weigh. This was a big fella. Go ahead.
And one bearing a shield went before him.
Uh-huh.
And he stood and cried unto the armies of Yasharallah, and said unto them, why are ye come out to set your battle in array? Am not I a Philistine, and ye servants to Saul? choose you a man for you, and let him come down to me. If he be able to fight with me and to kill me, then will we be your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then shall ye be our servants and serve us.
He must have killed a lot of men in his life for him to think that. Like, look, forget the war. Remember Troy? Y'all seen Troy? He was like, let's not do this. Let's not kill all these men. He said, just bring your best and I'll bring mine. Right? And then Boagrius came out. Boagrius! He came out. He got smoked, right? Go ahead.
Verse 10. And the Philistines said, I defy the armies of Yasharal this day. Give me a man that we may fight together. When Saul and all Yasharal heard those words of the Philistine, they were dismayed and greatly afraid. Now David was born the son of that Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse, and he had 8 sons. And the man went among men for an old man in the days of Saul. And the 3 eldest sons of Jesse went and followed Saul to the battle. And the names of his 3 sons that went and the names of his 3 sons that went to the battle were Eliab, the firstborn, and next unto him was Abinadab, and the third Shema. And David was the youngest, and the 3 oldest followed Saul. But David went and returned from Saul to feed his father's sheep at Bethlehem. And the Philistine drew near morning and evening and presented himself 40 days. And Jesse said unto David, his son, take now for thy brethren an ephah of this parched corn, and these 10 loaves, and run to the camp to thy brethren, and carry these 10 cheeses unto the captain of their 1,000, and look how thy brethren fare, and take their pledge. Now Saul and they and all the men of Yasharal went in the valley of Elah, fighting with the Philistines. Verse 20. And David rose up early in the morning and left the sheep with the keeper, and took and went as Jesse had commanded him.
Can I just say this real quick? We read it all the time in 1 Timothy. We talk one of the characteristics of a bishop was hospitable, right? Hospitality, found. You see, this was our natural instinct. So not only did he send his son when he went to go see the king, ass full of a donkey, full of gifts to the king, but now he's worried about the men there at war. This is how we look out for each other. Okay, hey, your brothers are in the war. Hey, go bring some bread, go bring them some meat, go bring them some cheese, and the people who are with you. That was the endowment of being hospitable. That was in our nature. That's how you know we gotta relearn all this stuff again, because we think it to be foreign. We think it to sound like a cool story when that was our natural instinct. That's it.
Great. Continue on.
What verse you at? 17 and what?
And verse 20.
Okay.
Middle of the verse. And he came to the trench as the host was going forth to the fight, and shouted for the battle. For Yasharal and the Philistines had put the battle in array, army against army. And David left his carriage in the hand of the keeper of the carriage, and ran into the army, and came and saluted his brother. And as he talked with them, behold, there came up the champion, the Philistine of Gath, Goliath by name, out of the armies of the Philistines, and spake according to the same words. And David heard them. Verse 24. And all the men of Yasharal, when they saw the man, fled from him, and were sore afraid. And the men of Yasharal said, have you seen this man that is come up? Surely to defy Yasharal is he come up. And it shall be that the man who killeth him, the king will enrich him with great riches, and will give him his daughter, and make his father's house free in Yasharal. And David spake to the men that stood by him, saying, what shall be done to the man that kills the Philistine, and taketh away the reproach from Yasharal? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he... And who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living power?
Galah in Hebrew, to denude, especially is in a disgraceful sense. So that's our name we gave for him, Galah. It's Hebrew, which is a disgraceful, like to denude, right? Like you uncircumcised heathen, right? By implication to exile, right? Go ahead.
Verse 27. And the people answered him after this manner, saying, so shall it be done to the man that killeth him. And Eliab, his eldest brother, heard what he spake unto the man. And Eliab's anger was kindled against David. And he said, why camest thou down hither? And with whom hast thou left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know thy pride and the naughtiness of thy heart. For thou art come down that thou mightest see the battle. And David said, what have I now done? Is there not a cause? And he turned from him.
That's my turn? You're 29? I'm going to read now, yeah. And he turned from him toward another and spake after the same manner. And the people answered him again after the former manner. And when the words were heard, which David spake, they rehearsed these before Saul, and he sent for him. And David said to Saul, let no man's heart fail because of him. Thy servant will go and fight with this Philistine. And Saul said to David, thou art not able to go against the Philistine to fight with him, for thou art but a youth, and he a man of war from his youth. And David said unto Saul, thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion and a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock. And I went out after him, and smote him, and delivered it out of his mouth. And when he arose against me, I caught him by his beard, and smote him, and slew him. And thy servant slew both the lion and the bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be one of them, seeing he hath defiled the armies of the living power. David said, moreover, the Lord that delivered me out of the paw of the lion and out of the paw of the bear, he shall deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said unto David, go, and the Lord be with thee. And Saul armed David with his armor, and he put a helmet of brass upon his head, and he armed him with a coat of mail. And David girded his sword upon his armor, and he essayed to go, and for he had not proved it, his sword, right? He didn't prove it. He hasn't done that with it yet. And David said unto Saul, I cannot go with these. And David said to Saul, the different character of David. Yeah, I'm that ninja. He wasn't saying it like to boast of himself. He was just letting him know, I killed a lion and a bear. How do we know? Because when it's time, he stood in humility. No, I'm not ready for your sword, right? I cannot go up with these, for I have not proved them, right? And David put them off him. And once again, how many brothers is coming in that mold that, oh, you know what? I'm not proven yet, right? It's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm a warrior. I'm a killer too, brother, just like you. He didn't come in that spirit. He came in the spirit of what? Humility. And he and he took his staff upon his hand and chose him 5 smooth stones out of his brook and put them in a shepherd's bag, and when he had, which he had, even in a scrip, and his sling was in his hand, and he drew near the Philistine. And the Philistine came up and drew near unto David, and the man that bare the shield went before him. And when the Philistine looked about and saw David, he disdained him, and he was for he was but a youth, and ruddy, and of a fair countenance. And the Philistine said unto David, Am I a dog, that thou camest out to me with staves? And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. And the Philistine said to David, Come to me, and I will give thy flesh unto the fowls of the air, and to the beasts of the field. Then said David to the Philistine, Thou comest unto me with a sword, and with a spear, and with a shield. But I come unto thee in the name of Yahweh, the power of hosts, the Most High of the armies of Israel, whom thou hast defiled. This day will the Lord deliver thee into my hand, and I will smite thee, and take thy head from thee, and I will give the carcass of the host of the and I will give the carcass of the host of the Philistines this day unto the fowls of the air, and to the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a power in Israel. And all this assembly shall know that the Lord saveth not with sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give it into our hands. And it came to pass, when the Philistine arose and came and drew near to meet David, that David hastened and ran toward the army to meet the Philistine. And David put his hand in his bag and took out thence a stone and sling it, and smote the Philistine in the forehead. And the stone sunk into his forehead, and he fell upon his face to the earth. So David prevailed against the Philistine with a sling and with a stone, and smote the Philistine, and slew him. And there was no sword in the hand of David. Therefore David ran, took upon the Philistine, and stood upon the Philistine, and took his sword, and drew it out of the sheath thereof, and slew him, and cut off his head therewith. And when the Philistines saw that the champion was dead, they fled. And the men of Israel of Judah rose and shouted, and pursued the Philistines until thou come to the valley, to the gates of Ekron. And the wounded of the Philistine fell down by the way to Sharaim, even unto Gath and unto Ekron. And the children of Israel returned from chasing after the Philistine, and they spoiled their tents. And David took the head of the Philistine and brought it to Jerusalem, and put his armor in his tent. And when Saul saw David go forth against the Philistines, he said unto Abner, the captain of the host, Abner, whose son is this youth? And Abner said, As thou so liveth, O king, I cannot tell. And the king said, Inquire whose son the stripling is. And as David returned, look up stripling. And as David returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, Whose son art thou, thou young man? And David answered, I am the son of thy servant Jesse, the Bethlehemite. Any questions? Right, so a stripling is a young man? Young man, right? Yeah.
My question is, they brought David to Saul to play the harp. How does he not remember who he is?
Well, he remembers who he is. He's trying to figure out, whose son are you? Like, what line you come from? Who's your father? Yeah. So, remember, he's a king, right? This guy's playing hard. I haven't been fully invested into figuring out who this guy is. So now, wait a minute, hold on, let me rethink this. Who is this guy? Right? Who's his father? Right? I should have asked this before, right? So he's trying to figure out now. Yeah. Any other questions?
I was looking it up.
Yeah.
It's beautiful how the Most High correlates. It's like a symphony. When you look at it, okay, so David's great grandmother too.
Ruth.
Mm-hmm. You know who her sister-in-law was? Oprah. They were the daughter-in-laws of Naomi.
Right.
So Oprah is the mother of Goliath. Oprah is the mother of Goliath, and Ruth is the great grandmother of David.
I can see that. You can double, triple check that. But I can see that because remember, the Philistines were around us. We had a lot of people married in. Remember what just happened? That he was, remember the Hebrews that were among them? And then they turned from warring with Israel and war with them, right? So, yeah, you got a lot of this. And remember, go back to, who's the cat that had 70 brothers? And his mom, no, it wasn't Gideon. It was Gideon's son. I forgot his name. Yeah, he was half Israel, half harlot, half heathen. But remember, he was half heathen. Abimelech, right? What was up with him? Hamite. He went to the Hamites like, look, yeah, I'm part of your family, and then killed his brothers. So you got a lot of that mixture going on around Israel. Because from the beginning, we didn't do what? Cut them off like we were supposed to. We made vows, we made covenants, we made agreements, we married into them, and was told not to. All right, it was a long one today. It's 6 o'clock. Does anybody got any questions? Hopefully there was some, good edification that came out on this one. Any questions, anything? If not, we're going to go ahead and set up prayers, close it out. We'll see if anybody got anything online. Or everybody online, remember the Passover. Remember, please help us out with the school, with alms, for offerings, whatever you give. It's appreciated and it's needed. So please don't forget that. What else? Yeah, what's the question? Why David didn't tell Saul he was anointed? What fool will go before the king and tell him he was the new king? Remember, we did read that David was prudent, right? So, he was wise, y'all. Yeah, he was cautious, like, you gotta, that answers it, man. Like, David had wisdom. He wouldn't do that. No man would do that. We're not talking about a man during this time. I'm the king now. Really? Y'all circle around this cat. You know what I mean? That's what we have now. It wasn't men like now. Like, especially David. He had a standard. He was anointed. But at the same time, let's think about what happens when you're king. You're anointed. You ride out with the ass, and everybody acknowledges you, right? Those things didn't happen. So wisdom would tell you is like, okay, I'm anointed, but the succession of things have to happen before I am fully king. So he was a man of wisdom. It wasn't yet. Yeah.
You have to die first before you can.
No, not necessarily in this case. David was anointed king, but the way it was going, the Most High removed Saul, but yet he wasn't fully gone. You don't have to necessarily be totally dead. Like you can, what's the queen that recently, who was watching the news? She really, I forgot the word that they use, but she's a queen. What is it called? Nah, it's something else. But a queen is something like that. She recently did that, and she's still alive. You don't necessarily gotta die. You can step down and let your crown be taken, right? But we know what's gonna happen with him, right? But yeah, that process, going back to the question, that process hasn't fully happened, so it's not fully noticed. It's not fully, you're not gonna go do that and run up in somebody's face, and it's not known of the people, and the people ain't vouching yet, right? What else?
You know, it's beautiful because we talked about David being a prudent man, which is a wise man. And so it said he was anointed in the midst of his brothers. So how he conducted himself, even knowing, okay, listen, I'm gonna make you king, I'm gonna anoint you, and everybody, all your brothers are around and watching it, when you're still moving in that humble, meek fashion.
Right. Yeah. We got anything else on there? What?
Why can't men have long hair? And she referenced 1 Corinthians 11:14.
Right. Well, go there real quick. The long hair represented like a woman. How do we know that? Because men of the Bible have long hair. Shamshawan, Samson had locks. And these locks were long, right? Absalom said every year he pulled, how much? Was it 6 pounds? Double check that. He would pull his hair, trim his hair, and it would weigh a lot, right? We double check the weight on that. But men had long hair, or rather, men had a lot of hair, but they didn't roll around with long hair. When you think of long, what are you thinking about? Women, right? You're thinking about it's going down so far to where you can't tell the difference between a male or a female. And that's always been the case. When you read the law, the scriptures tell us what? A man shouldn't wear that which pertains to a woman, nor a woman wear that which pertains to a man. The scripture goes back in Corinthians, and we can get all these. The scriptures go back in Corinthians and tell us what? Let's get this one, because this is going to help give some understanding. It's Corinthians. It's effeminate. It is Corinthians 6 and 9. So it was about us not looking like this. Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High?
Go ahead.
Be not deceived.
Right.
Neither fornicators.
Nor fornicators, read.
Nor idolaters.
Right.
Nor adulterers.
Right.
Nor effeminate.
Now, go look up the definition of effeminate. And while we get that, read where her question is. Go ahead.
2 Samuel chapter 14 and verse 25 and verse 26.
Go ahead.
But in all Israel there was none to be so much.
No, not that. This is her question. Go ahead, read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 14.
Does
not even nature itself teach you that if a man have long hair, it is a shame unto him?
Well, now let's once again this idea of what long hair is. Go back to 6 and 9.
Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate.
Right, nor effeminate.
It says having characteristics and ways of behaving traditionally associated with women.
Right. So remember, everything was set up that we wouldn't look like women. Like when you got Snoop Dogg and Ziggy Marley and these cats, their hair is so long they put it in a backpack. That's insane. Yeah, your hair don't supposed to be that long. A woman's hair is supposed to be that long. That's her beauty. So the long hair is literally that. It wasn't supposed to be that long like a woman because we weren't supposed to be moving effeminate. So it wasn't that we didn't have a lot of hair. We didn't have long hair like a woman. Right? And go ahead, you're going to read about Absalom?
2 Samuel chapter 14 verse 25.
And this is to establish in the book that we had hair. We had a lot of hair, but we were rolling around like women. You could tell, oh, that's a brother. Now if you got that long hair down to the back, you never know. It could be a man. It could be a man disguising as a man, as a female, or a female disguising as a man, or a male. You know the deal. It's confusion. Go ahead.
Verse 25 and verse 26. But in all Israel there was none to be so much praised as Absalom for his beauty, from the sole of his foot even to the crown of his head.
Once again, Israel likes some beautiful men, huh? Go ahead.
There was no blemish in him.
Right? He was handsome. He ain't had no mark on his face. Flawless. Go ahead.
And when he pulled his hair.
Pull was to trim. So when he trimmed his hair, go ahead.
For it was at every year's end that he pulled it, because the hair was heavy on him. Therefore he pulled it. He weighed the hair of his head at 200 shekels after the king's weight.
Brother, that's 5 pounds. 5 pounds. What the, bro, how big your fro is. But we know his fro got him killed. Because he ran, and I know we're jumping ahead in the reading, but he's running in battle in his hair. And once again, you can tell he had a fro. Because the white man ain't got no fro. Like, you look at the tribe of Gad, all the other tribes, our hair's like this. No matter how much hair I got, it ain't gonna get into this fro like a Jew, right? To where you get stuck in a tree and you're hanging in the tree. He had one of those big ass fros. It's like I be creating on ChatGPT. I got them with large fros, and that means that we had a lot of hair, but our hair wasn't long like a woman, right? That's how it's not supposed to be. All right. Yeah. Your hair ain't supposed to go all the way down past your butt and your legs. You know what I mean? I mean, for most of us, you don't want your hair in the middle of your back. You know what I mean? Because nowadays, you ain't going to know, like, what's up with, is that a male or female? Right? What?
What if you have puffy hair? Is there like a limit to it?
Remember, that was the point we're bringing about Absalom. His hair was puffy, right? He had Jew's hair, like your hair. Right, I know you're light skinned, but you're still a Jew. He had puffy hair, and his fro had to be up there to be riding on a horse, and to get tangled to where you can't get out, and you're hanging, and then you get killed. A lot of hair. Samson had a lot of hair. He had those locks. Right, 7 locks. Yeah.
I'm actually glad we're talking about this because I did have a question. Is it like frowned upon for women to add hair to their hair? Like if I wanted to get like pretty, I can't. Can I do that?
I'm gonna tell you like this, and we're gonna go to the verse. I don't care what y'all do in this day and age, but the only people that wore wigs was grandmas back in the days. I know you're not talking about a wig. But back in my days, Granny took off the wig and had that on. It was no young girl wearing wigs like, that's how old people do. But I digress. Let's get the gospel.
Esau did it too. Esau did it too during the time of the slave with the lights.
Yeah.
Time they were rich.
Going to the Bible. The scriptures is not going to say verbatim, thou shalt not wear a wig. It's not going to say that. We know modest apparel. We know it mentions certain things like we went over yesterday, the makeup, earrings, nose rings. It don't mention tongue rings. It don't mention nipple rings. It don't mention any other part of our body pierced, right? So we go by what we have, right? And in this instant, I think we know in part, we prophesy in part. Well, we know this. Hit that Psalms. Read that.
Psalms chapter 119, verse 104.
To
thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore I hate every false way.
So, and I know we can go back and forth over this. Those heels is false. That girdle makes you false. You ain't that skinny. You know what I mean? But I think the idea of the verse is that we supposed to hate being fake. We supposed to hate the phoniness, right? So what do you want to personify? As in 1 Peter 3, you want to personify. You got chia pet hair, like these chicks is wearing wigs all the way, like gray puffy. I'm asking them. I'm like, I'm stopping. I'm like, that's your hair? No, what the hell are you doing? Because this is all the way down. And that's our custom in the school, is that no sisters to come in with the fake hair. But it's always on your husband. You know what I mean? Because like I said, the gospel doesn't go in detail for us to say, wait, hey, cut that out. You know what I mean? But we also got wisdom too, right? So just like it doesn't say thou shalt not do crack, do we need a scripture for that? You know how to take care of your vessel, right? Well, the same thing, like, does the Most High want you running around betraying or being something, being fake and phony? That's the thing about the eyelashes. That's all, did I say that right? Eyelashes. The eyelids. Getting your eyelids upgraded. That's the whole point about the eyelashes and things of that nature and what they're doing now to women. You think the Most High wants that? Like if you just totally put butt plates in your pants, push-up bra to make you look like something you're not? Let's think about what the Most High wants. Does he want us to be real or fake or deceptive? So there's no scripture that's going to tell you thou shalt not wear a wig. Thou shalt not put horse hair and dye hair, right? But the scriptures show us, you know what I mean, that hate every false way. What's your question, sister?
Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Not horse hair? Human hair.
I heard the push-up bra,
No. My point is this. Like, how fake you gonna try to push yourself to be? Like extra patty? I'm not talking about the push-up bra. I'm talking about extra super patty. Huh? Because you want to look like you got bigger breasts? You don't get what that means?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, is that what you want to personify? I'm asking. Is that what any woman wants to show out? Like if you had no boobs, you're gonna go ahead and stuff that really to the point to where you look like you got boobs. You think the Most High is with that? That's the point. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying don't wear a push-up bra. What I'm saying is the fakeness of what we're doing. You know what I mean? You want to stay away from that. Let's take it to the men. How about the men lied so much? Huh? He start putting insoles. You're not really 6'2".
6'1.5".
You really 5. You're really 6'1.5". You're really not 6'1.5". You like 5'4". But you got insoles. Would that be fair? That bulge, that's a fake bulge. With the gray sweats on, that's fake. No, I mean y'all want to play with this. Let's talk about it. Come on. Yeah, how about the man? How about the man put on the wig? Is that okay? Oh, don't shake it. You better not shake your damn head.
The beard too.
What about the fake hair, the fake cats that put on the fake hair on? How about if this was fake? The whole time I pull this back. I got that. I look like Jason Statham. You know what I mean? Like, how about that? You gonna be like, man, this whole time Kazaki been lying? So let's think real, y'all. Come on. Yes, there's no scripture verbatim, but we have to understand what the Most High wants. You want to be a deceiver or you want to be true? When it comes to things like that, your husband is the one to be like, yeah, baby, can I put this horse hair in my hair? You know what? Yeah. It's on him. What we got? Read that again. We got another hand? Okay, but I was like,
So there's this thing where you're born with like no hair, your hair can't grow, or eyebrows, or stuff like that isn't able to grow. I was wondering if it's lawful, it's like as a man to wear a wig or fake.
the question is, would you want to, being a Hebrew Israelite? That's what you should be asking. Like, if you naturally didn't grow no hair, right, would you want to wear a wig? Yeah, you would, because you think like a heathen. But me, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want, if I lost my hair, I wouldn't want to wear a wig. No. No, I wouldn't. Well, first of all, I ain't gonna have them cut my head open and do all that. I would wear it just like my brother. And wear it good. You know what I mean? You know, I would wear it just like him. I would not wear a wig. You talking about integrity. Like, I'm like, come on, let's, yeah.
In the case of a woman, would that be wrong? Would she be wrong to want to look more feminine?
To look for it. The question is, why not just be natural? Like certain y'all Jews that got little froze. Wear the froze. That's beautiful. I love that. Brothers love that. I would rather have you have that than horsehair in your hair. In your head. Once again, you see why where this is something you gotta decide what you and your husband, what your husband wants. Because there's no technical scriptures, you know, that go into that. We can go to the wisdom of the Bible, but you can argue with me on that, right? There's always an argument. Well, I'm trying to still look like a woman. Well, then act like one first. Let's start there, and then we can talk about this outward problem. You know what I mean? That's what I'm dealing with. As far as pertaining with me, y'all got to make that judgment between you and your husband on the fake hair and things of that nature. Right? What else? I know, man. You get it, bro. Let me show y'all something. I didn't want to go here, but let me remind you. Let's go to Isaiah 3. I was trying to keep it nice. I was trying to keep it nice. And I didn't want to take out the sword, I guess, at this time. Too late. But I'm just saying that, why are we here? Why are we here right now? Read that.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 17.
Go ahead.
Therefore, the Most High will smite.
No. Let's start from the beginning.
Cut.
Go ahead.
Verse 6. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 16.
Go ahead.
Moreover, the Most High saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty.
Stop. Why are we in this place? Let's bear this iniquity. Let's bear this. Right? You know what you're going through. It's like when my kids and my ribs, they're on their menstrual cycle. There'd be times I'd be like, how does that feel? Does it remind you that you have that because your foremother sinned? The pain, the suffering in your menstrual cycle? I got it, you know, I mean, I'd be facetious with them and play with them, but I'm serious. Like, do you understand where that's coming from? The pain is coming from your foremother disobeying. To remind them, that's what it is. And we laugh about it, ha ha ha, and they go away in pain. But that's the facts of the matter. Go ahead.
Because the daughters of Zion are haughty.
We're in this place right now, right? Because the daughters of Zion are haughty, right? Now I want you to go back to that Jeremiah that I put the other day. Go ahead.
And walk with stretched forth necks.
See, this is the problem, that the pride. So the thing is this. Why are you trying to cover this up? Why are you? Because you want to feel effeminate. Once again, why'd you cut your hair in the first damn place? Every time I see a Judite woman I'm like, please don't cut her hair. That is beautiful. And then they end up, well, it was dying, so I had to go bald. Raise your hand and explain it. Black women in the chat, put a 7, right? Tell me why. What?
From friends that I've had in the world, they always say, well, I'm starting new because I got out of that.
And it never goes back. It never goes back. Stop it, Israelite women. Stop cutting that damn hair. Berries, eat right, take care of it. Don't cut the hair. Right? Trim it, but don't cut it. You like, bro, there's a sister I know in Houston. You know what I mean? And her hair was beautiful. Her fro was gorgeous. I told her, don't cut that hair. She cuts her hair. I see her on Facebook. She looked like what? A dude. You didn't listen. You know what I mean? Why to cut it? Because no, you didn't have to cut it. You take care of that. Trim it, bring it back to life, eat right, let it grow right. The point is, to answer this question, part of it is why we're at this stage to where the women gotta get the little nod. Why? Why? Read. Nah, let the Bible answer, sis. Go ahead.
And walk with stretched forth necks.
That's the problem why we're here. Those stretched forth necks. Go ahead.
And wanton eyes.
And wanton eyes, sinful eyes, lustful eyes. Go ahead.
Walking and mixing as they go.
See, their physical appearance, the physical appearance is all that matters to a worldly woman. So when you ask me, Lord, please have mercy on me. If I lost my hair, right, would I wear a damn wig? No, I wouldn't. It's a humbling situation. It is what it is. You got to deal with it, right? Go ahead.
And making a tinkling with their feet.
See, so what is the problem? The whole point that this curse came about. That the women took glory and personified the physical outward appearance. How are you running from that? How are you changing that and showing the Most High not about that? By putting more fake hair? Right? Which you know it ain't that damn long. Do y'all know that? Like, people are looking at you like, your hair's not that long, is it? No. I don't know why women do it. Y'all gotta explain this. This is an anomaly. You gonna explain it? Or you gonna switch subjects? Explain that.
Well, when it comes to like braids, I like braids. When it comes to braids, it actually makes your hair grow.
Okay.
You also don't have to go through the process of maintaining it for a while.
Okay.
That luxury of just being able to put it in the ponytail and just go. So I believe that laziness might come into play when it comes to that.
Now you hit it. So a lot of black women do it to a lot of black kids because they're lazy. I'm glad you brought that out, being truthful. It's not that the black woman's hair can't grow. You can put braids in your hair. Without fake hair.
Right.
And it can grow.
Right.
If you take care of it. Right. Why isn't that an option?
It is an option, but trying to braid it yourself on your own head?
Nah, you got sisters to do that. You braid that hair. You braid that hair, compile that, take care of that. See, there are options, but we've been trained to be like the heathen. And the thing is that that's where the wig comes in. That's where this custom. Because you know why they're going there in the first place? Because I know she's thinking, new people are thinking, where's the verse? Where's the verse? There's no verse. But when you go into the custom of the wigs, you go into the custom of the fake hair. We didn't do that. You have to do that now because you're trying to run from the shame. You're trying to run and cover up what the Most High is doing instead of saying, nah, let me take care of my body. Let me take care of my spirit. And the Most High will bring all this together in one. And my beauty will be shown forth in that. But that's not the focus. The focus is, I got to look like this outwardly, right, to be accepted. And the white man, it pressures that, it pushes that. That's why we wear wigs and all that madness, man. Same thing why the guys wear Gucci belts, because they want to be seen carnally instead of spiritual. Right? So remember, this has happened for that reason. that we personify more of the physical and the carnal things instead of the spiritual things. Yeah.
I'm reading them real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Proverbs 31 and 30.
Uh-huh.
Favor is deceitful and beauty is vain. But a woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. So it's not your blonde, a 24-inch Brazilian bundle that's going to get you praised. It's this chaste, meek, discreet, going into the tightest. That's what's going to get you praised. That's what your husband's and your children are going to be blessed for.
Yeah. Right. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was it.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, that makes sense, sis? Yeah, let's read on. Let's read on in there, because I got to answer Zoe's question. Go ahead.
Verse 17.
Go ahead.
Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab.
Right. So, remember, you personify and you glorify, and you put on the heels, you put on the fake nails, and like, you're not a Thundercat. What the hell is all that? Like, what is up with the nail? I feel like I'm an old man now, but I never liked that. At 15 and 16, I never liked you to have Thundercat nails where you look like Super Hulk.
With the gummy bears on.
Yeah, where you gotta touch everything. And, like, if your husband's like that, let him do that. But how do you wanna look? What do you wanna personify? So if your husband does like that, I'm asking, what does he want to personify? What type of, like, you come around, shalom, and your nails just, how is Shabbat? Like, what is that? That's not meek. Right? And then they gotta be sharp too, right? Doja Cat. Like something to where it looks like, look, I can rip it to your back. Yeah. You see Freddy Krueger? Like, what's the point of that? What is the point of the Thundercat nails? To look like a creature. No, stop shaking your head. Put a 7 in the chat. What is it? What is the point of that? Sis, you don't know?
I've never liked those kind of nails.
Right?
I've never liked
Thank you. So, all right, we got a sister in the back. Sister in the back, tell us about it.
So, I'm using me as an example. So, I used to wear like long nails and like a lot of like extensions and stuff like that. And at first, it's to the point where I used to love my natural hair. But then when you go out into the world, people start to talk down on you, saying, oh, that looks ugly. Why are you like wearing your natural hair?
Thank you for being truthful, sis. A lot of times, you're influenced by Caucasians and spooky ass Negroes that don't got no brain. That's why. But if you ask any average man, what would you like better? They'll be like, I like your natural beauty. Truthfully. So remember where this comes from. It's not coming from a place to where, this is gonna really make you beautiful. This is something in you that you feel sometimes less. And you feel when you make up and you put on, because that's what the white man TV showed you. Look, this makes me feel good within myself. Right? That's not what the scriptures is saying. Go ahead, finish.
And I wanted to say that, like, it comes to that point where you start to doubt yourself. So when
It comes to the point, and I'm repeating for them online, it comes to the point where you start to doubt yourself. Go ahead.
So for me, I had to look within myself and see that all these, like, extensions and stuff doesn't make who I am. If I can't look within myself and love myself for how I look, how am I going to be for somebody else? How am I going to tell someone, oh, just love how you look, love your natural appearance? So I had to teach myself to love my natural hair.
Check that out.
And love my
That's beautiful, sis. That's beautiful. I had to teach myself how to love myself. They always say that in the world, but now we really know what it means. You know what I mean? That a lot of times it's not real self-love. You know what I mean? They think the carnal additions to themselves is self-love. No. Love yourself. Listen, why can't, what's her name? She could say, I love myself. She got all her rolls out. She got her stretch marks out. But you can't love yourself with the nappy. Let that nappy hair flow. Put some berries and juice in there. Right? That's what is more beautiful. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I mean? If I get me a Jew woman, she gotta be natural. I love it. Let me see it. Let me see that fro out. I want to see your pores. You know what I mean? I want to see all the crevices in there. Because now I know what I got. Right? I don't want you to be something that I don't like when you take off that makeup. Or your hair. And I was traumatized one time. I ain't gonna lie to you. It was in New York. We might have to click offline. And I was with a girl. And, I was about 18. And we were kissing. Leave it PG. Grabbed her hair. Pulled it out. Maybe I'm traumatized, y'all. Is that what it is? She's like, yeah, that's what it is. You're traumatized. Nah, the fact is this. Go ahead.
Therefore, the Lord will smite with the scab.
The Most High will smite the woman with the scab. That's the punishment. Go ahead.
The crown of the head of the daughters of Zion. And the Lord will discover their secret parts.
So all I'm saying is that, remember, the Most High put that punishment on the woman. Not for the woman to say, okay, let me figure out how to cover that up. But for the woman to come back and say, what is it that the Most High wants us to adorn ourselves with? To cover up those things or the physical? Or the spiritual. Right? So, just a reminder, what we supposed to be trying to personify. Right? And there's nothing wrong with doing your nails. Let me go back. Is it in moderation? Or you a Thundercat? Right? You see that one girl, her nails look like, come on now. Cut that. Right? It shouldn't be, hey, I can look to that sister because she's fake. It should be, I'm looking to the black woman because she's real. What she was in the 70s. She would wear that fro. It wasn't, there was no talk of that. In the 70s, oh damn, natural is like, oh, that's nasty. It was beautiful. Every time you see the movies, they show you again what? Sisters had their froze. Right? But it wasn't until what? Hollywood started taking over. Oh no. You see all the R&B singers, they what? They flattening their hair. And every time you flatten and burn that damn hair, what happened? It went from flat to a damn, now you bald. You burning it. That's what happened. We want to chase Hollywood, and you became weird. Weird. All right. You understand that. Where we at?
Another one she had. Understanding on 1 Corinthians 11 and 27. How do you know you're eating and drinking unworthily?
Oh, wow. You got another 4 hours? Jesus. All right, we're going to simplify this. And I'm being funny about it because it's like, dang, we don't want to stop when it comes to this subject. I'm going to want to keep going in scripture, but let's get the basic understanding. And if you're tuning into class, we're always talking about these subjects. And we can put a class together on this subject. Right? I know it's just been enough. It's been what? How many hours is on there already? I don't want to keep y'all here another 4 or 5 hours. Good subject, good question. Read the scripture.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 27.
Go ahead.
Wherefore, whosoever shall eat this bread and drink this cup of the Most High, unworthily.
Okay, so what's the bread? What's the cup? What?
The word.
Right, so the bread is the word. When you read up, it said this is what you're going to do in commemorative of me. Christ. We're going to partake in this drink, in this work, in this bread, in this word. So hopefully now some clarity comes in, right? And you drink it in what?
Unworthily.
Right?
Shall be guilty of the body and the blood of the Lord.
Right. So how many things can be unworthy? All right, and that's why I said this is a wide subject that we can go into subjects on top of this. Well, you can be unworthy like the Pharisees and Sadducees. You can be knowing the word but doing opposite. That can be unworthy, right? You can also be unworthy like Christ said with the parables, right? They were given talents and they didn't use their talents. You can be unworthy in that way, right? So you can be unworthy in many different ways, right? That means taking the word of the Most High and putting it to the side. A lot of brothers and sisters want to sit on their hands. They don't want to do. They don't want to add. They don't want to put in. They don't want to help. That can be unworthy. The Pharisee way can be unworthy. So, without keeping you here all night, and we can touch on this subject, sis, or what was it, sister? We can go into a class on unworthiness. All right. So hopefully that gives you just a little gist of it, because this is a topic that really needs to be stretched out with a lot of scriptures, right? But there's a lot of ways unworthy, right? It says you draw back, you can be unworthy, right? You deal and beat the servants, you're unworthy. Right? So there's many ways. This is not an easy one scripture answer. There's a lot of scriptures. All right? What else? All right. And what we'll do, you just gave my brother a subject for his Tuesday classes to go in on. So what does it mean to be unworthy? So that's Shamar? What's the name, Shamar? Devin Shamar? Yeah. We'll go over that. Tune in on Tuesdays. And the brothers start sectioning these off, and we'll do subjects of what ways can you use the word unworthily, and we go into that. All right. What else? Is that it? Anything online? No. Okay. Let's salute them online. Listen, brothers and sisters. Hold on. Passover. Oh yeah, we gotta pray. We're gonna close out with the prayers. Passover. Don't forget that, all right? If you're coming to the Passover, don't forget to help out if you can. All right, let's finish these prayers. I imagine we'll put your heart down. There you go. Another topic. It's on. No, you did it on the loose one. Yeah. Yeah, come on. Right. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. All power, all praise, all majesty is of you. Yahweh. You are the King. King of kings. And Lord of lords. The water for this Sabbath. The water for this day. The water for this rest. Please, continually give us rest and peace of mind and spirit. Please, Yahweh, gather the houses in one mind, the husbands, wives, children, in one judgment, removing confusion. Gather all the tribes of Ya'ikwa together and inherit thou them as from the beginning. Please, Yahweh, make the time short and remember the covenant and let them declare thy wondrous works. Please raise up indignation and pour out wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy the enemy. B'Hashem Yahushua, deliver your servants. The water. Aman. I think I turned that up too loud. Barakatah Yahweh. B'Hashem Yahushua. Ahawa'ah. Natolanawa. Ha-Tawara.
Blessed be Yahweh in the name of Yahweh that gives us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. B'Hashem Yahushua. Ahawa'ah. Natolanawa. award, Lara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'a. Nathalanawa. Ha'ayo. Kwara'a. La Kwara'a. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'a. Nathalanawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lama Shah. Yasha'Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And as always, we anoint after class. Psalms 92. It is a good thing, to give thanks, unto Yahweh, and to sing praises, unto his name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp, with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. But a brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and when all the works of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high, forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn, we shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against us. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Habalawah, Ladawah, Hama, Hana, Matawah, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Achim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawah, Ayil, Haraash, Yerad, Ayil, Hazakwan, Aharan, Shayirah, Alpanya, Marawathiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayirah, Ayil, Hariyah, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawah, Yahweh, Af, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ay, Haywalam, Aman.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai.
The water. Amyad. Aman.
Just here, 7
Call it.
Men of Israel, Amani, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Call
Men of Israel, money. Barak.
Yeah, the Matah, the Smiths, the water. We appreciate. Say Shabbat Shalom to everybody online. Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, it's over, but Shalom. Right, we've been here all day, y'all. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all.